Okay, today is Tuesday, April 21st. The time is 6:01, and I'm going to call this special meeting to order. Can I please get a roll call?
Flores Kale.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have 5 in person, and so we have a quorum. Up next, we have citizens' comments period. The city council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city council business. We ask that you observe the 3-minute limit. All right, first up, I have Dan Slovak. Let me know if I said that wrong.
You said that well.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm with Texas Disposal Systems. I'm a citizen here, but I'm with Texas Disposal Systems, and I'm the account manager for the city of Kyle here. And just want to let y'all know I'm here. I know we're on the agenda this evening under 1D, so I'll be here if y'all have any questions. I would be waiting, so that's it. Other than that, no citizen comments.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, up next, we have Melissa Spence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Spence, and I serve as Board Chair for the Arts and Cultural Board. I also work professionally as an art consultant and hold my WELL AP certification, which focuses on how the built environment impacts human health and well-being. I'm here tonight in support of item 13, the city's Art Master Plan. From both a professional and community perspective, I can confidently say that investing in public art is not a luxury. It's a strategic decision that benefits the city in meaningful, measurable ways. Public art enhances the visual character of our city. It transforms everyday spaces, our streets, parks, infrastructure into places people feel proud of and connected to. It reflects our identity and culture and helps define what makes our city unique. It also directly supports wellness. There is growing research showing that access to art and thoughtful design can reduce stress, improve mental health, and create a stronger sense of belonging. These are outcomes that benefit every resident. Beyond that, public art creates opportunity. It supports local artists, engages students, and keeps creative investment within our own community. It can also contribute to economic development by making our city more attractive to visitors, businesses, and future residents. I understand that some community members have concerns about prioritizing funding for art when there are visible needs like roads and infrastructure. Those are valid concerns, but this plan does not take away from those priorities. Instead, it provides a clear, responsible framework for how public art can be funded, often through dedicated and alternative sources and integrated into projects we are already undertaking. This is really about education and long-term vision. Cities that invest in art alongside infrastructure don't fall behind. They move forward thoughtfully. Our hope tonight is simple, that council supports this art master plan and allows it to move forward without delay. It's a plan that has been carefully developed and one that will serve our community for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up, I have Ellen Ermis.
Thank you. My name is Ellen Ermis. I'm a resident of Kyle, and I wanted to announce a few things that the Kyle Area Senior Zone has upcoming on their calendar, and we want to invite y'all and the entire community out there to these events. The Board on Aging for the city is having another input session April 30th, 6 to 8:30 at the Public Works Building. And then on May 2nd, Kaz is having a rummage sale in anticipation of our move to the new facility. We have our annual Mother's Day breakfast coming up the Saturday before Mother's Day. It's a $6 breakfast, and it's a huge amount of food. come join us. And finally, Thursday, May 7th, we're having a senior expo at Gemstone Palace from 11 until 2. We are almost sold out of the booth space. We have invited several city departments to have a booth for free. We have some takers and some we're hoping will still call back before we sell out of booths. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Betty Conley.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Betty Conley. I'm a citizen of Kyle. I'm going to talk about how I feel as a speaker here because there's been a lot of questions of why people don't want to come. I especially ask a lot of people to come, but sometimes they feel the intimidation. They feel that you're not really listening to us. And this is all from the past board for sure. Things have gotten a lot better, I have to say. But I wanted to say that in order for us to function effectively, we have to have respect and trust with everybody we're working with. And when we're up here speaking and we see somebody not paying attention to us, whether, I don't know what you're on, phones or computers, whatever, it makes us feel belittled that what we say doesn't mean anything. This is what I'm getting from people I'm trying to coax to come here and just speak even to say thank you for the new building or speak. They're just afraid to get up here. And so I think that we need a healthier and more productive meetings to make people feel that their concerns are not only heard, but they're respected. And by allowing the people to speak, you promote a healthy dialogue to keep meetings productive and serve the community. And I want to thank you. It's hard to be up there. That's why I'm not up there.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any more forms. Would anybody like to come and speak? Thank you. Make sure you just state your name. Kenneth. I know who you are. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. Sorry I ran. I'm out of breath. I'm out of shape, apparently. So I agree that support for a policing system should not be blind. I'm going to try and maximize my three minutes here. There has been a lot of discussion regarding the 7.2 million searches conducted on the Flock OS system. I believe it is vital that we speak accurately about that number, what that number actually represents. It is not 7 million individual searches that prove that government is spying on us, and it isn't mass surveillance. A single investigative or criminal justice purpose search within the Flock OS platform for a suspect's vehicle, plate, or vehicle description triggers a query across the network. We want that to happen, and the numbers shared by Council Member Zapata are being mislabeled and over-exaggerated. Council members have also pointed to a low success rate, but a clean haystack is a good thing. A 0.002% hit rate actually proves that the system is not bothering 99.998% of the population. It means that paired with quality investigative techniques, the hot list is working exactly as intended, filtering out the noise. Think of it as a high-resolution digital witness providing the high probability of being caught. That is what our community has explicitly asked for. The creation of heat maps are generated by calls for service data, meaning they are literally a map of where the community is calling 911. These tools, as Chief has emphasized time after time, doesn't have to come at the price of privacy. While our officers follow policy, the technology should ensure that no data, not even a blurred discovery record, is shown without permission and a verifiable case number. By syncing these systems, we prove that in Kyle, privacy and public safety aren't in competition. They are integrated and they work. Please support our police department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no more forms. Would anybody like to speak? All right, we're going to go ahead and close citizens' comments. Up next, we have executive session. The city council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through G pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. Thank you. All right, thank you guys for your patience again. I really appreciate that. No action was taken in executive, but action will be taken now. Go ahead, Council.
For the record, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Pugliese, this is item 1C. 1C.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Council Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion directing the city attorney to draft and bring back on May 5th the documents required to appoint Perez A. Mohit as intern city manager for the city of Kyle to serve for 12 months or until replaced by a permanent appointment by the city council.
Second. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by myself. Do we have any discussion? Okay, can I get a roll call vote, please?
McKinney,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Tobias,
Aye.
Goza,
Yes.
Harris,
No.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Medina.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-1. We're going to go ahead and close out executive session. And we're going to turn do we have to wait for the tape to flip or something? Nope. All right, then we're going to go ahead and start our regular scheduled meeting. All right, today is, I look at my watch every time and the date never changes. So it's Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The time is 7:52. And I would like to call this a regular scheduled meeting to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Floresville.
Here.
Tobias.
Aye.
Goza.
Present.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have 7 people here. We have 5 on the dais. We have a quorum. Up next, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, up next, we have citizens' comments. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers are provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any matter concerning city business, and we ask that you please observe the 3-minute limit. Okay, up first, I have Jason Payne.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of the City Council, fellow residents. Again, Jason Payne with the American Red Cross, the current sitting commander. Just came to give you a heads up on everything that we've been doing. This last weekend, we had our Red Cross Disaster Action Team Academy and got several people trained in being able to assist with the response. So I won't be the only one here handling them, besides me and Steve. So we've got a few more people trained. We did have 3 actual responses that we had to go out within the city of Kyle. There were 2 that were total losses, and 1 was internal, just minor damage, resulting in them being able to get some assistance from the Red Cross, as well as we had a couple of other people that were from other fires that came out to the post to be able to pick up supplies that we have from our closet and everything. We also want to remind everybody that we have the event coming on in May 28th. We're doing the big blood drive for the Red Cross. It's going to be at Gemstone Palace. They're going to be there from 4 to 10, I think, somewhere around there. Or actually, sorry, no, 11 to 4. I get too many things at school in here. 11 to 4, we're going to be there. We'll be there most of the day doing a wellness clinic for men, women, young. So there's going to be a wellness clinic at the same place, same time. The blood drive will just take on later on. So there's going to be places where you can get massage, get Reiki done, different things like that, different holistic medicines and everything. The following day, Friday night, we're going to have our USVSD, which is United States Veteran Service Dog banquet. So you're welcome to get involved in that and come. It's going to be a banquet at the Gemstone Palace to celebrate all the stuff that we're doing here now with the USVSD to get them out to veterans and stuff. As you can see this one right here, she makes it to where I can be able to come places like this, be at the school and influence your young kids, which may or may not be a good thing, but I am there. So, but she helps them and she helps me. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, I have Sam Law.
Hello, my name's Sam Law, and I'm here to speak in opposition to item number 4. This is my first time speaking at City Council, and there are things that make me very proud to be an American, and chief among those is the freedom to pursue our own vision of happiness and flourishing. And this is a freedom that lies in the clear protection for our private lives. The freedom to worship the way we want, to think what we want, to associate with who we want to associate with. And a name for countries that don't have these freedoms are totalitarian countries. Things we think of Nazi Germany, dictatorships in the Southern Cone, China. And when some historians did a study of sort of early signs of totalitarian countries, they noticed one commonality, and that's the rise of mass surveillance. And that's because mass surveillance makes it so that people can no longer have the liberty of leading private lives, knowing that their movements, their conversations, who they associate with, what they're doing, are all being tracked. And this type of mass surveillance is being built out, and it's the kind of thing that if item 4 is approved, will happen and come to pass. And it's up to you here today to decide whether you want to stand up for our individual liberties and freedoms to live our private lives or be complicit with the further expansion of this surveillance infrastructure. The $1.4 million for flock cameras that exist all over Kyle has built an extensive network of surveillance that without our consent or warrants track the movements of our vehicles. With powerful AI, this information can be used to create digital surveillance dragnets tracking associations, movements, and our daily activity. I said there are things that make me proud to be an American. There's some things that make me ashamed to be in Kyle, and the fact that we have these flock cameras is one of them. So in addition to rejecting item 4, I think you should cancel the contract. The risks to this are not just mass surveillance, or not just sort of the threats of mass surveillance, but the real abuses that this can lead to. You don't have to have a warrant to look someone up, and people from out of state on flimsy pretexts are looking people up. If someone is being abused or has a stalker, if that person just has a buddy in some small town somewhere else in the country, they can track their movements. That's not something we want. This proposal for Peregrine buying further stuff, although there's stuff about it stops the theft of catalytic converters, we don't need further AI databases that can search unconstitutionally into our lives. So I just want to end with this quote from one of our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, that those who would give up their liberty for a little bit of temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. And I hope that's not a decision that you guys are going to make here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, I have Mark Spencer.
Mark Spencer, for the record, President of the Kyle Law Enforcement Association. I'm here today to reassure the residents of Kyle that amidst all of the heated discussion on the dais, rampant online misinformation, the men and women of the Kyle Police Department are committed to delivering a high level of service. I encourage this council to seek output from not only outside sources, but from the boots on the ground. Statistics and data without context from those in the field often leads to misinformation and distrust from the public. As a sergeant at the Kyle Police Department, I'm reminded daily of the importance of strong leadership. At this time, I would like to commend the outgoing city manager, Brian Langley, for his consistent leadership, his genuine care for the Kyle Police Department. Brian was consistently present, often attending shift briefings and truly embodying an open door policy. Brian and his team have elevated the Kyle Police Department to a destination department where officers with years of experience from other departments uproot their families to join the culture that we built here in Kyle. Thank you. And I truly believe Goodyear is going to be very satisfied with their selection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Paige Giordano.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Paige Giordano, and I'm a resident and homeowner in Kyle. I'd like to testify against item number 4 on the consent agenda. Last meeting, the police chief mentioned a very low crime rate in Kyle. If the chief thinks that we would need predictive policing software, I would challenge him and the council to rethink what public safety is at the core, and if this would truly achieve those goals. I believe this software could very well be a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights to privacy, and as we have counselors on the dais that deeply care about the First Amendment, I hope that they would mean that they care about the Fourth and the rest of them. And I hope that we can all think together creatively to find solutions backed by data that can increase public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Sam Benavides.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mayor. My name is Sam Benavides. I am a resident of San Marcos, and I have been organizing at the intersection of the criminal, legal, and immigration systems across Hays and Caldwell counties since 2019. I'm coming before you to ask that you vote against agenda item 4 and protect our communities from a dramatic and unnecessary increase in mass surveillance. Over the last year, I have spent a significant amount of time paying attention to the conversations around the issue of mass surveillance in Hays and Caldwell counties. And I feel that by listening, I have grasped a strong sense of why our communities are so opposed to increased police surveillance. In June of last year, we saw San Marcos City Council vote against the expansion of their automated license plate readers and eventually vote against renewing their contract with Flock when they realized the security risks that came with giving a third party access to our information. Then, that October, we watched as the city of Lockhart voted against the rollout of these cameras in their community. The conversation in Lockhart reminds me of the conversations you're having here in Kyle, because over there, the former mayor came out and pleaded with members of the council to vote against the cameras. He said, and I quote, "I am asking you all to please do what you are first called to do, and that is defend my rights, defend my grandchildren's rights, and defend the rights of all these people's first rights. Those cameras aren't worth it." Meanwhile, we have our chief of police in Kyle saying things like, "I am willing to forego that right," and that is extremely concerning. Another reason that Lockhart's discussion reminds me of Kyle's is because their former mayor also brought up the point that they do not have an issue with increased crime, and in fact have seen a decrease in crime in their area. The same goes for Kyle, where your crime rate is 50 to 60% lower than the state's average and 70 to 80% lower than the national average. Finally, also in October, after months of diligent debate, research, and gathering community feedback, Hays County Commissioners ultimately voted not only against the expansion of their inventory of automated license plate readers, but canceled their contract altogether. Each of these municipalities made the decision to cut Flock's access to tracking their communities because they understood that the illusion of increased safety was not worth sacrificing our right to privacy and liberty. As someone whose job has me spending a good amount of time in the city of Kyle, I am asking that you follow the lead of your neighboring jurisdictions and stand up to defend our rights to privacy and our data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Larry Garlick.
Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Larry Garlick. I live in Six Creeks. I'm here on item 10, the proposed amendment and repeal or replacements of Chapter 50. I ask that this be pulled from the consent agenda for discussion. I'd like the council to look at one specific sentence in that draft. Section 2 identifies the sections being amended or replaced, several sections of Chapter 50, but the ordinance itself states Section 23, 5023, and 5024 are not amended or repealed by this ordinance and will remain as previously adopted and amended. That is a correct result, and I thank the city for drafting it that way. While we may disagree on 5023B and 5024B, at least we can clearly agree that 5023A and 5024A have read since adoption in 2007 that minimum monthly charges for outside city customers are 1.2 times the inside city rates. That was codified in 2009. No ordinance has ever expressly repealed them. The code comparative table shows 0 entries for those sections, and this draft explicitly preserves them. So here's my question for the council tonight. If 5023A and 5024A remain in force, and this ordinance preserves them, why does the schedule of rates, fees, and charges included in the packet show the following? Inside city, monthly minimum water charges $50.69. Outside, $92.31. That's 1.8 times. Inside city monthly wastewater minimums, $24.23. Outside, $39.54. That's 1.63 times. The codified ceiling is 1.2 times. The schedule in front of you runs 50 to 80% above that ceiling. How does a codified ordinance, one the council is expressly preserving tonight, get silently overwritten by an annual rate schedule? Before council votes, I'd ask that the staff be directed to place on the record, 1, the specific ordinance number, section, and adoption date on which 5023A and 5024A were lawfully amended to permit multipliers above 1.2 times. 2, if no such ordinance exists, the legal basis by which an annual rate schedule can lawfully exceed a codified rate cap that council is, again, tonight preserving. 3, the refund exposure to the city if the answer to the question 1 is that no such ordinance exists. I'm not asking for answers from the dais. I'm asking the council to require the answers before voting on Chapter 50 that preserves a cap the city's own schedule does not honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have David Moss.
Evening. So I want to start by saying that I am incredibly disappointed, and I want to tell you a little bit about me. I joined the war effort before I was old enough to vote, and I was a child. I had to have my parents sign off on the paperwork so my friends and I could go do our part because the generation before us said it was our responsibility. So we did. I came home, but all my friends did not come home. We lost them to bullets, rockets, brain tumors from exposure. See, I wasn't an infantryman. I swung a sledgehammer for a living, but I did that in some of the most brutal environments, and it broke us. And I did that for 8 years, and then I came home. And I came home and expected that I would finally get a sense of the freedoms that everyone talked about, because I'd never experienced it. I went straight from my parents' house and my parents' rule to being straight under the military rule, and that was just the life that I lived. So I enjoyed that for a period of time until it was revealed to me what was going on. And I want to be clear that it's getting called misinformation that these surveillance systems you have are not tracking people. And I'm going to say that's a blatant lie. It really is. And you either know that and you're being complacent in it, or you don't. And it's because you don't want to see it. But that is the truth. And I've given this every opportunity. I even took the advice of someone I spoke with the other day who said that there's got to be another half of the story. So I pursued it, and I found the other half of the story, and it doesn't look good. So I went through, and this took me probably a dozen hours, and I read these studies that Flock themselves published, and every reference study that they published. And honestly, some of the stuff that I saw in these is things that I might even be on board with, because these programs don't look terrible, but what you built is not this. It's something else entirely. There is nothing in here, there's nothing anywhere that says having historical data on every single citizen's movement patterns is in any way going to help. It's not going to help reduce crime. It's not going to help reduce catalytic converter theft. It's not. There's no value to it whatsoever. There may have been an application of this exact system that I might have agreed with, but this is again not it. An example I would give is that there's one cell phone tower within a mile of my house, and there's 4 Flock cameras. You need a warrant to check my cell site records, but you have more granular data from the cameras than you do from that. So that's something you need to consider whenever you vote to keep building these systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Mike McDonald.
Good evening. This evening I'd like to speak about the Kyle City of Austin organization chart. I think sometimes we forget that the citizens of Austin are at the very top of the chart. Now, why is that? Why is the city of Kyle citizens above city council? The reason the city of Kyle residents are above city council is because you represent us. And when you vote, you need to vote like you represent us. And you need to vote for the people that live in your district, or if you're citywide, you need to vote for the way those people want. Now, some may not think that's correct because their voting record is total opposite of that. I'm not calling out any names, but you know who you are. You voted like it's all on you. But my question is, who do you represent? Who are you voting for? Have you actually gone and spoke to the residents in your district? Have you asked what their thoughts are on different things? Your job is to make our life better. That's what your job is. Last year, this past budget, we had increases. So obviously, some of you were not doing your job. Because why do we have those increases? We didn't need them, but someone dropped the ball, and now we have increases. This coming year, we're going to have more. So we already have those burdens on our back, and you're going to put more on our back. Now, that's a council member is a representation. You are sitting in those seats in our place. So that means you do what we want you to do, not what you want to do. You have forfeited that, actually, because when you have your citizens, your residents, those people in your district telling you to do one thing and you do another, that means you don't really care. And the problem with that is that's why we're in the mess room right now. That's why we have all these problems that we got to try and figure out. The organization chart is there for a reason. That's for you guys to understand who you actually work for. And it's not a special interest group, it's not a political party, and it's not a developer. It's the residents of Kyle. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Stephanie McDonald, please.
Good evening, Mayor Flores Kale and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to ask you to move Agenda Item 9, the naming of city properties, to the top of the discussion. At our last council meeting, a presentation was given by our Finance Director, Pervez Mohit. During the discussion, Councilmember Goza asked him, what aspect of your job keeps you up at night? His reply was, the city's debt. While this is no surprise to anyone that has been following along with city council agendas and meetings, it should definitely not be a surprise to all members of council. All. Our mayor's been tirelessly working towards city transparency and accountability to be met with constant pushback by certain members of council, specifically council members Harris, McKinney, and Zapata. Why? She asked for presentation on the last 5 years of city salaries. Councilmember Zapata pushed back and pushed back hard. Councilmember Zapata accused the mayor of wasting city staff's time with her requests for information. But I did notice that on other agenda items, Councilmember Zapata is directing city staff to bring back all kinds of other stuff that we don't need. So when the mayor wanted to review City Manager Brian Langley's contract, which is an annual responsibility of the council, Councilmember Zapata accused the mayor of creating a hostile work environment for every city employee. The mayor tried to explain to Councilmember Zapata that this is oversight that the council is tasked with. Councilmember McKinney has a background in finance, and I want to know what role has he played in ensuring our city is in a good financial position. Councilmember McKinney, did you speak with Pervez this week about the issue of debt that keeps him up at night? Pervez's statement should wake up the entire council as well as all residents. Council, stop fighting the mayor, and you know who you are, as we do, by your votes on agenda items. As I listened to Pervez last week, it was refreshing to finally hear the truth. The council's tasked with oversight. You should be paying very close attention to Pervez's statement. Council members Goza and Medina, you're new members of the council, and you've shown your commitment to residents, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your consistent support of the mayor's efforts toward transparency, efficiency, and accountability. And Councilmember Zapata, the only displacement I've seen in this city has been through eminent domain. Displacement happens when you vote for eminent domain. That means your property is gone. Yet you continue to vote for it. And I understand there's certain situations that dictate it has to be done, but not the amount that's been done for this city. I don't understand your words and actions don't match. The mayor and council are tasked with oversight. Start paying attention, please, to the issues that affects taxpayers instead of focusing on personal agendas. And I do want to state that council members McKinney, Harris, and Tobias were the only ones on this council that were present for the vote of last year's budget, which was a huge budget. Thank you, Councilmember Tobias, for being the lone dissenter on that budget. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. I have no more forms. Would anybody else like to come up and speak? Just kidding. I got one. Thank you. All right, I have Stacy Pfefferkorn. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
good
Did I say it
job.
right? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Stacy Pfefferkorn. I live here in Kyle, and I'm speaking specifically to the mobility plan item tonight, item number 17. I work in economic development, so I tend to look at these types of plans through both a user lens and a long-term planning lens. I understand that the Trails Master Plan will ultimately get into more detail on design and specific uses, including whether mountain biking is incorporated. But because the mobility plan is the overarching framework that guides how we think about connectivity, trails, and multimodal infrastructure across the community, I think it's important to call this out at this stage. I recently moved from the Cedar Park area where trail systems, including mountain biking, have been intentionally incorporated into planning. What that's created is not just connectivity, but a broader outdoor recreation system that draws people in, supports local businesses, and enhances overall quality of life. And speaking personally, I'm an active mountain biker, and it's something I regularly travel to other cities for, because those types of facilities just aren't widely available everywhere. So I've seen firsthand the kind of draw and impact they can have. I also want to acknowledge that I know the Transportation and Public Works Department and Parks and Recreation Department have already been doing great work in this space and working seamlessly together, including supporting efforts with the local mountain biking community and the Kyle Trail Coalition, as well as working together to ensure regional alignment. So I speak to you tonight to not speak to what isn't being done, but to instead bring this important component front of mind. I want to highlight that mountain biking is fundamentally different from traditional shared use paths. It relies on natural surface trails, typically within intricate greenbelt trail systems, and serves a different user group. When cities consider that early in planning, it integrates naturally into the system. When it's not considered early, it becomes much harder to retrofit later. So while I really appreciate the focus on connectivity in this plan, I'd also encourage the city to think about how people actually use trails day to day, not just for getting from point A to point B, but for recreational and experience. Cities that do this well aren't just building trails, they're creating places that people want to come to. And that has real long-term economic and community impact. So my encouragement would be to ensure that as both the mobility plan and Trails Master Plan move forward, there is intentional consideration of different trail typologies, including natural surface and mountain biking, as part of the overall network. I think Kyle is at a really unique point where you can incorporate these ideas and build a foundation that changes the trajectory of the quality of life here in Kyle. I encourage you to keep trail connectivity, and particularly trail recreation with mountain biking, top of mind when making decisions to fund mobility and parks and rec trail projects. I look forward to staying involved as these initiatives move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, this time I'm out of forms, so if anybody would like to come and speak, let me know. All right, see nobody. I'll go ahead and close citizens' comments. Next, we have agenda order. Is there anything that anybody would like to move up? I think I heard, was it agenda item 9, but I don't, do we want a discussion on that? I was just going to approve it. I was okay. If there's any changes that you guys would like.
Are we considering items to pull from consent
ma'am.
at this time? Then I want to pull item number 4.
4? Okay, anybody would like?
Mayor, if we could move item number 17, the report on the mobility plan up. We do have consultants here to speak to that and don't want to keep them waiting.
Okay, I will put that right after the consent. So number 17. All right.
We were pulling number 5.
5. Oh, yeah, we're going to table agenda item number 5. So, looks like we have.
Do we want to address the citizen's request on number 10, where he requested the explanation?
Yeah, would you like to pull 10?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
No, 2 and 3 are proclamations.
I lied. I'm sorry. I'm glad you think that's funny. Yeah, so then we're going to say 4 then. That's pulled, 10 is pulled. So 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right, I'm going to change that. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, okay. We have 7-0. Item passes. All right, so we pulled agenda item 4. That agenda item is consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kyle authorizing the city and the Kyle Police Department to solely make an application for the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority Catalytic Converter Grant to purchase equipment to facilitate against motor vehicle thefts and crime prevention in the amount not to exceed $381,200 with an approximate 20% match funding from the Police Department's approved operating budget fiscal year 2027 in an amount not to exceed $76,240. Item presented, Jeff Barnett. Oh, no, it's not. It's Commander. I'm just having an off night. Go ahead, Councilmember Zapata.
Sorry, didn't have that on. So I pulled this agenda item because I just have a few clarifying questions. So when I asked for clarification on exactly what the grant was going to be applied for, it's to obtain some funding for our current ALPRs and drone as first responder. And then I was also told that it was also going to include the purchase of Peregrine Technologies. I would have liked to have that stated in the staff memo or in the presentation, because this is the first that the council ever hears of Peregrine Technologies, and it was only because I directly asked for the specifics. So if just next time, if we could just be a little bit more transparent about that, I would deeply appreciate it. One of the questions that I have is, in the application where we're trying to purchase Peregrine Technologies, I assume that we've obtained some sort of bid or contract with them. And so I just want to know what the different cost breakdown is for that.
Actually, I don't have that with me. Excuse me, Commander Gooding with the Kyle Police. I'm Executive Services Commander. I don't have the different cost analysis from the different programs. This was, in my belief, a drive from Chief. So I believe he's done all that, the bidding. It very well may be on separate GSA contracts.
Okay, because in order to do so, we would have to complete a contract. And my guess is that we're going to be applying for a multi-year contract. And when I did research as to what the average costs were for these contracts, this, whatever it is that we're covering from this grant, would only cover maybe like a small portion of that. And so I would like to know what the total amount of us purchasing this would be for like the full term of that contract. So if we could have that information sent over, I would really, really appreciate that. The next part is that I also take concerns with the various data sources that will be plugged into this. So at this time, if you could just please list every single data source that will be plugged into Peregrine Technologies, both internally and external.
Very good. To my knowledge, all of the programs that we would plug into this would be programs that we already have access to. This is simply a dashboard. It's not a new software. It's a dashboard that would allow us to do a single search and then search all of our databases at the same time.
So that's actually not how it works. I have access to their pitch deck themselves that they provided to Durham, South Carolina, whose council ultimately voted this down. In that, and in their website, their own internal website, they do list that, and this is how they make their money, first off, is they don't just supply us with a connection to every single database that we already have internally. The way in which it works is it also plugs in an extenuous amount of various sources, and that is just quite literally how the software works. So I would like to know what specific data sources are going to be plugged in, because I'm being asked to okay this, but I have no idea what exactly information it is that we're feeding into this system.
Okay, I believe we can get you some examples of what would be entered into it, in addition to our current softwares.
Okay, and I don't think I'd want examples. I'd want like the full list of everything that would be plugged into it. The other question that I have is, how does this integrate with FUSIS and like our real-time crime center, and what sort of data governance documents kind of address where one platform ends and where one begins?
Yes, ma'am. FUSIS is a program that allows us to do a lot of live streaming. It does include our license plate readers, but body cameras, in-car cameras, other cameras in the city that we have access to, other live views. When we have drones that could integrate in that as well, can feed into it. This Peregrine is all just data that we have. So think about report management system data, the license plate readers, ticket writer software data that we have, jail records. So it's more data, not live streaming. It will work together. The real-time crime center folks that we have will be able to use both of them, live stream the videos, and also do deep research. Currently, they are logging into each different system and typing names or whatever we're trying to search at that time during that call, but it's doing it multiple times, once in each system rather than a solo program.
Yes, and so my concern isn't necessarily providing access to all of our own data that we obtain ourselves. What I have concerns with is having this company that was founded by a former executive of Palantir, who Forbes even called this a Google-like search engine for law enforcement agencies, because it plugs in a vast amount of external data sources. It's information that Peregrine Technologies themselves purchased from data brokers who scrape the internet. So this also includes social media information as well. And so what it does is it is a predictive policing technology. It provides all of that analysis. And so when folks say that this isn't necessarily mass surveillance is an umbrella. So you have your data collection tools, which are going to be like body cams, ALPRs, any audio that's picked up. And then you have other items that are data fusion, data analysis. And that falls into this area that people like to talk about as like data-driven policing, which is also considered predictive policing. And I have concerns on allowing an AI algorithm to determine where police operations should occur. And I understand that there is still a human making a decision ultimately at the end of the day, but it loses the objectivity because that historical data is going to continue feeding itself. So if you have hotspots and you send out more patrols into that area, you're going to catch more crime that ultimately feeds the system, kind of like a feedback loop. And I just want to make sure that we're not putting our residents in additional harm's way, because I have a very, very bad feeling that this will start leaking over into overcriminalization of some of our residents, and that is the last thing that I want. And I have no issues with our own police department. What I do have issues with is this third-party AI algorithm that is known for its predictive policing. And there has been case study after case study, research after research from the NAACP, ALCU, University of Michigan Ford School of Policy, Brennan Center for Justice that all talk about, and this is years and years and years of research and data that shows that predictive policing is harmful. And I would just like if we had more time to actually discuss what exactly level, for example, of Peregrine Technologies it is that we're purchasing, because I believe that they, according to their Amazon Web Services marketplace, they have enhanced tiers, premier tiers, and any type of like kind of bespoke option, kind of like, piecemealed. And this information was not provided to council. I would also like to know who's going to have access to the system, because it is a Google-like search engine. So you can type in the name of like a street corner and it's going to populate all of the people who have intersected with that. It builds neural networks. It's quite scary, actually. And I would just like to be able to have more time to actually thoroughly review this and talk about this in a way that allows for public input as well.
All right, I have a question. So, Commander, is there a time that you can set up so council members Zapata can come by and look at the software and get a good idea of what that does and what that looks like?
Certainly. I actually believe that Chief is about the only one that's probably seen this and thought that it was a good idea. Again, the reason for the agenda item today was just to reapply for the grant that we've had for the past 3 years. So right now this isn't a request to purchase the material, so we can certainly provide more, provide comps, set up meetings.
So this will be coming back to council?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that gives them a perfect opportunity for residents to come out once again and ask questions. That gives Councilmember Zapata time to go to the police department, have a look, kind of figure out how it's working out for the city. Maybe if she has concerns, she can bring those back and we can discuss those in particular. Otherwise, I'm just kind of afraid that we're just going to be going. I think she needs like hands-on, and then she can see. I mean, I'm kind of flustered. I remember 9/11. 9/11 caused all this because there was a lack of communication with so many interdepartments throughout the United States, and I was in my 20s. I remember it like it was yesterday. And so when there was an opportunity for all of the FBI, CIA, police department to get together and to talk about the information that they had, it wasn't a bad thing. And so I'm not saying that this is a perfect policy or this is a perfect setup, but I think the perfect person to go look at it and to bring back that information would be Councilmember Zapata. So if she could have that opportunity, I think that would be fantastic.
I'd be honored.
Yeah, well, we also don't have this currently, so it would be impossible to set that up. And also, the NSA was a product of 9/11, and many, many Americans, millions of Americans, have issues with NSA. So I just want to state that for the record.
All right, did you have something to say, Council, or did you have a response?
We can certainly set up a demo and have a rep come in and show you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with how it works, and I have concerns because additionally, like as someone who's a full-time grant writer, I understand that when you apply for a grant and you say this is how we are going to expend the funds, they expect you that you're going to expend the funds that way. So if we are submitting a grant application and we're saying, hey, we're going to use a portion of this to complete a contract with Peregrine Technologies, if we don't, we're going to be in violation of that grant application. So there was an assumption made that this contract was going to ultimately pass. And so that concerns me because that's just the way that grant applications work.
I don't believe that we've applied for the grant. This is our intent. So this request today is to apply for said grant.
Yes, and that includes the Peregrine Technologies, correct? So that means that in any of the grant materials that have been created, it includes that amount for Peregrine Technologies.
Yes, all right, perfect. All right, does anybody else have anything else to say?
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commander Gooding, for coming in and going over this presentation with us. And just, again, to reiterate, this is requesting permission to apply for the grant. And then if awarded the grant, you would then be coming back approximately in July to ask permission to accept the grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Okay. So then at that time, if there's further questions, concerns, or problems, we can have answers possibly at that time to address then. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember McKinney or Mayor Pro Tem Tobias? Go ahead.
Yes, it's it's amazing if people would just behave themselves and follow the law, we won't have crime. But again, that's a different world that we were living in. But I understand everybody's concern. Big brother watching everybody. And I could go on and say, well, you're being watched at a bank. I saw all the emails and correspondence on Facebook about ringtones and so forth like that. I get it. I understand everybody's concern, and not to dismiss Councilmember Zapata and her feelings on this. I understand. I always see things with a wide open scope, and I see things on both ends. I think it's continued if our police department, again, like we're saying, we're trying to push for a grant. I think if we can continue to provide the education, Chief Barnett and Sergeant, to the residents of what this is, again, the policies, that's what it's going to be used for. There's always going to be skepticism on everything that we use, whether it's modern technology or whatever it is. Like I've talked to many people before, I understand it's not just so much the surveillance, everybody's comfortable with that, but it always seems to come back when it has to do with law enforcement. That is when there's so much pushback because of law enforcement. You don't see it in the education market, you don't see it in the private sector, but when it comes to law enforcement, it's always a big factor on that end. It's always a big pushback. My thing is that we continue to educate our residents about what this program does. If we decide to do like a town hall at the Public Safety Center of what the actual system does itself, we can not only just invite Councilmember Spazza, but other residents that have questions. And probably what would help is, what if we get somebody from the company themselves directly and give a presentation about it? The company that actually is working with Flock and so forth, and have our residents ask them the questions directly, because it seems like it's a third party mixture here, where we're getting information from the internet to research. It's just like anything else. Well, what is valid, what is updated, what is real time, and I think if we can narrow it down even more to where we could get our residents that information there, have a one-on-one, maybe see it firsthand how it works and have it demonstrated. Again, you're going to have people that are going to disagree with it no matter what, which is fine. They have a right to, but at least we're bringing awareness and we're bringing an education market to the best that we can for these people to understand where our police is going, why they're using the technology, when they're using that technology, and how we could not so much prevent the crime, but whenever something does go down in your neighborhood, we were able to track whatever criminal activity or criminals that are involved and bring them to justice. That's the main thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else? Councilmember Goza.
I just want to say thank you for your patience with all of these questions. I know kind of it's a hot button topic for some people. When I did my write-out with the officer earlier this year, I noticed the number of programs that he had to log into. And when you're not logged into something immediately and you get a call in, it can cost time. And that could cost a life. It could cost, property damage, any number of things. So I do feel like it's important to have a more singular interface in order to facilitate just that ease and being able to get that information very rapidly. That being said, in terms of there being kind of the public furor about this, there have been a couple of different rulings where the courts have ruled that this is legal. And, when you're driving on our public roads, you're regulated by having a driver's license, having to have insurance. There are things that you have to have in order to drive and participate in that level of society. So, I think we can look at this with an open mind and just be very supportive and figure out what exactly that end to that means is. But I'm in support of the grant, and I'm willing to see what y'all have to bring forward with that.
All right. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 4.
Second.
I have a motion by myself, seconded by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No.
Aye.
All right. Item passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have agenda item 10, consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 50, Article 2 of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances to repeal and replace selected selections and to add new sections 50.32 and 50-33 governing water and wastewater billing and enforcement to update rules on deposits, penalties, payments, procedures, and related policies to promote consistent service delivery, fairness to customers, and the long-term financial sustainability of the city's utility system. Item presenter, Joshua Cronley.
Joshua is out of town. I don't see Pervez, so I'm not sure, but I can answer questions if you'd like.
Well, I think it was pulled by.
I did not
Goza.
have a specific question. I was going based off of the resident's request for that information. Can we bring him back up in order to re-ask his question?
No,
Or
I
is he
think,
still
I
here?
think I had a good idea. I
Okay.
think the question was the fees looked like they were more than the stated 1.2 times.
Yes.
And so can we just get those, figure that out?
If you would like a discussion of the legal interpretation of that provision, I recommend that we go into executive session.
Should we just, can we table this until next time? That way at least Josh will be here and then we'll have an opportunity to talk about it.
The legal issues will still.
The legal issue will remain the same.
We'll still be here.
Yeah.
I just don't want to keep going. Can we put this at the end and then talk about it at the end?
We can do that, Mayor.
Yeah, let's do that. So I want to, there's people here that are, agenda item 17 and
Would you like to take a vote to table item 5? You said we were going to table it, but we didn't actually take a vote.
thank you very much. Yes. I would like to make a motion to table agenda item 5.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina.
Goza. That was Goza.
Councilmember Goza, sorry. I'm off my A game today, man. Yeah, Councilmember Goza, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Did you want to go back and do?
Do the proclamation.
Mayor, did you want to do presentations and proclamations and recognitions?
We're going to do
first?
that,
Okay,
yes.
just want to make
Before
sure.
the 17. All right. Up next, proclamations and recognition. Proclamation recognizing America 250 marker on behalf of the Jacob Swell Chapter National Society Daughters of the American Revolution. This is presented by me. All right, whereas July 4th, 2026, on July 4th, 2026, our nation will commemorate the semi-quincentennial anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And whereas the journey toward this historic milestone is an opportunity to reflect on our nation's past, honor the contributions of all Americans, and look ahead to future generations who will carry forward the ideals of democracy and individual liberty that make the United States a unique nation in the world community. And whereas the great state of Texas provided aid to the American Revolution and was founded on the ideals of individualism, popular sovereignty, westward expansion, and the pursuit of happiness pioneered by the Revolutionary War generation. And whereas the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution, DAR, is a non-political women's service organization established in 1890 whose members are lineally descendants from patriots of the American Revolution. And whereas through the DAR presidents, generals, leaderships, daughters are spending the next 3 years illuminating our legacy by celebrating our nation's rich history and diversity, promoting belonging through membership and dedicated services to God, home, and country, and by completing projects in unique, local, and impactful ways. And whereas from the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party in 2023 to the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 2033, daughters are celebrating our nation's rich history and diversity of experience by honoring all men and women who achieved American independence. These patriots, believing in the noble cause of liberty, fought to establish a new nation. And whereas Jacob Swell Chapter DAR on April 25th, 2026, will dedicate an American 250 DAR Patriots marker at Emily Ann Veterans Memorial Plaza to commemorate the service and sacrifice of Revolutionary War patriots. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Mayor Yvonne Flores-Kell, commend this commemoration to all Kyle, Texas residents. Signed and entered this 12th day of April, 2026. 21st day of April, 2026. And if I can have one of you guys come up and speak and just give us a little background.
Yes, Janine Enbody, Regent, Jacobswell Chapter, DAR, Wimberley is where we are. We are honored to receive this proclamation this evening from you, Mayor, and from the council, I have to also say that what we are celebrating is happening here today. We are hearing the results of the efforts of the men and women that sacrificed to make this country into what it is today. And I really do appreciate being here with you, and I invite you to attend Saturday. It's between 10 and 11. This is the only America 250 Patriot marker in Hays County or between Austin and San Antonio. So it is a little bit special, and we are all connected to that because we are Hays County residents, and I thank you very much.
Would you like a picture?
Yes,
All
very
right.
much.
Can we get a picture, please?
I can take one with that too. Thanks. Yeah. Perfect. Oops.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have a proclamation recognizing Earth Day presented by Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Whereas Earth Day is an annual event created on April 22nd, 1970, serves as a global reminder of the importance of environmental stewardship and the protection of natural resources for current and future generations. And whereas the City of Kyle has demonstrated a strong commitment to environmental stewardship through its Conservation Division, which protects and enhances natural areas using science-based land management practices that support healthy soils, clean water, native vegetation, and local wildlife. And whereas the City of Kyle's 2025 Water Master Plan highlights the importance of sustainable and resilient water management strategies to address the challenges of rapid growth, increasing demand, and long-term water supply needs. And whereas nature-based solutions, including the preservation of existing trees, native landscaping, green stormwater infrastructure, riparian buffers, and conservation of open space provide multiple benefits, including improved water quality, enhanced groundwater recharge, reduced flooding, and increased community resilience. And whereas maintaining native vegetation and expanding tree canopy helps reduce urban heat, improve air quality, and create healthier and more livable neighborhoods. And whereas the City of Kyle has demonstrated leadership through initiatives such as the Native Landscaping Pilot Rebate Program and investments in community assets like Lake Kensington Nature Park, which promote conservation, outdoor recreation, and environmental education. And whereas incorporating the value and function of nature into community planning and infrastructure supports long-term sustainability, strengthens ecological systems, and enhances quality of life for residents. And whereas the City of Kyle encourages residents, businesses, and community partners to participate in efforts that conserve natural resources, promote sustainability, and support environmental awareness. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, that the City of Kyle hereby recognizes April 22nd, 2026 as Earth Day and encourages all residents to celebrate and support environmental stewardship through sustainable practices, conservation efforts, and community engagement that protect and enhance the natural environment.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say?
I'd like to say something real quick.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Harris, for bringing this, and what a blessing that you're bringing this now because of the rainfall that we have received the last 2 days. Can you imagine all the flowers and all the grass and all the weeds that are going to be growing in the next coming days? And I think we're getting more rain showers coming. So it's just a precedent to show how important our environment is, including our landscapes and getting some of our streams and our rivers refilled. So you've been a very strong advocate for our environment, especially in our city. I'm very proud to have you on board as a council member to really push those items for our city. So I just want to say thank you for bringing that forward, ma'am.
Thank you.
I have to say ditto. I'm an environmentalist. People make fun of me. I love to recycle. And some people will say, hey, that all goes to the same place. And I'm like, that's for them to deal with, right? I got a recycle can, a compost pan, and a garbage. And so I do try to be aware of how we treat our earth. So thank you very much for that. All right, moving forward, we're going to agenda item 17. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding the Kyle Mobility Plan. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation and Public Works. Tonight, we wanted to give you an update on the Kyle Mobility Plan initiative. As you may recall, back in December, we had the team come and provide an update on some of their initial analysis and that they were doing that first round of public engagement with the community, getting feedback on what priorities and pinch points existed, and they were incorporating that into their analysis. And so they're ready to move into the second phase of public engagement, and they've come up with some of their preliminary findings and recommendations. They want to bring that out to the community. Beginning with tomorrow, we have an open house at the library from 6 to 8. Definitely invite everyone to come out and provide their feedback. But to give you a little more background on where we're at with the project, I'm going to turn it over to Jake Gutenkust, who's the lead from the Goodman Corporation, who's working on the Kyle Mobility Plan. Jake.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to see some of you again and some new faces as well. So excited to share where we're at and answer any questions that you may have about this process and where we've been. For some of you, you'll recognize the timeline that I'll go back over for some of the newer folks and just kind of share why we're doing this and how we got here. So some of the benefits of a transportation master plan are really it's a guiding vision. A lot of it is to help guide development, but also future capital investment. And so when we do these processes, we're really trying to think about the long term. We're looking at a vision for 30, 40, even 50 years from now to make sure that the infrastructure that's in place can serve all users and all residents of Kyle that are here now and to come. And a key point of that is really making sure that we have a unified plan so that we don't have developments that are building roads to nowhere or not connecting to each other or trails or other pathways. One of the most important pieces of this, which I'll show in a minute and will be shown to the public tomorrow, is the thoroughfare plan map. And the real goal of that is to make sure that we're preserving enough right-of-way for multimodal use. So that's not just for the travel lanes, but for things like streetlights, trees, trails, sidewalks, all the different kind of things, both above and below ground for the utilities as well. So we're working with the team on that. I'll talk a little bit more later about who we're coordinating with from the code update and some things we're working on with them to make sure we're working across all the different planning efforts that have been going on historically and currently. And then lastly, something that's really helpful from these processes, and one of the things we specialize in at the Goodman Corporation, is trying to help set the city up for potentially leveraging local dollars with outside dollars for grant opportunities. And so that's something we'll hit on later as we get into projects when we come back. So a little history lesson here. The last time there was a comprehensive reevaluation of the transportation vision for the community was 2016, so it's been quite a while, 10 years. In 2021, there was a minor update that was really focused on getting ready for the bond in 2022. And so there wasn't as much of a robust process. It's a really short document that just has a map, some project details, and then some cross sections, which I'll show in a minute, that are very engineering. And then now we've been going through this process as of last April. Just kind of going through where we've been. So we got authorization to start last April, and then we kind of started gathering data, talking about that, getting ready to go out to the public and hear from folks. So we came in July of last year, and then had about a 2-month open window for folks to give comments, and we have a large database of information from them on where they thought the needs were in Kyle. And then in December, we were giving an update on the progress we'd made and getting ready to reveal recommendations that we're sharing tonight before we go back to the public to get their opinions on those. For the vision statement for this plan is to be proactive going forward. We don't want to be reactive to the future on the needs for the city. That includes addressing congestion so people can move about in the different ways they need to move about with different travel options and to move safely around town. In this timeline, we're getting closer to the finish line, but we are not there yet. I want to reiterate now and throughout that this is draft, and we want to get your feedback and the community's feedback before we go forward with final recommendations this summer. You may be wondering what we've been doing with all the other invested entities that maybe share jurisdiction with y'all. So we've been meeting with a lot of different entities, including the county, the TxDOT local area office folks, and the cities next to y'all. A really important part of this process and a passion of mine is making sure we don't stop planning at a boundary just because it's a boundary there with another city. And so we are working with Buda and San Marcos. Buda just adopted a transportation master plan recently in the last couple of weeks. It was an agenda item for them. And then San Marcos just started a process to update theirs, and Hays County has indicated they're looking at updating theirs as well. So we actually are doing this at a very opportune time to work with other folks to make sure that we are addressing not just local challenges, but regional things as well as we work together. We also met with Campo and Cap Metro, who reached out to us to talk about other regional efforts for mobility and for transit. And then we talked with those folks about a lot of those regional significant projects, including the Yerington extension on the west side, the FM 2001 gap kind of out in the county on the east side, and then also there's a new alignment that the county's been working on for a corridor on the east side that's a major arterial, and then future crossings of 35 with TxDOT. As Mike mentioned, we do have an open house tomorrow from 6 to 7:45, 8. The library wants us to be out by 8, so we're going to try to honor that. But we're also going to be out at the Kyle Fair on the east side in May, all 3 days, to try to capture and connect with residents as well. And then as of today, we do have some of the materials for the public meeting tomorrow published online that'll be live for the next month. But we also have opportunities for feedback for the same activities we'll have tomorrow night in case people can't come out tomorrow or to the Kyle Fair. We are pushing out lots of information, trying to make sure people know about this with HOA Facebook groups, social media, advertising, and through all the possible city channels that we can. And one of the important things I'd like to highlight here is we want to make sure that we are hearing the community and closing the feedback loop on what they told us last summer and what they think is needed. So in terms of the draft recommendations, we'll kind of go through what we have versus where we're going. One of the things that we identified early on is this current map that's online doesn't have all of the amendments shown since 2021. So we made sure to incorporate all of those and modernize the map to be legible and usable in a better way. Something else that's kind of absent here is a lot of dashed lines on here are where streets already exist. So we've now clarified which streets still need to be widened versus ones that are truly future streets that are not actually on the ground today. As I mentioned, we're working with the code team to clarify what the right-of-way needs are for these different types of facilities, which include collector streets, minor arterials, and major arterials. And another thing we have done is we no longer have a pre-prescribed intersection type on the map, and we're leaving that up to some other policies we're working with the team on for looking at alternative analysis for intersections. This is a larger version of the map in case you want to look at that. For the new thoroughfare plan, this is not the final format, but this is kind of the initial look and feel. Some of the things that we made sure that we also updated as part of this is we worked with Hays County and TxDOT to make sure that the future alignments were all correct on the west and east side of town. There were several lines on the map that just weren't right, and so this is going to really help as development applications come in to actually know where these facilities are actually planned, that they're accurate and current. We also did quite a bit of work looking at the south side of town. There was a recommendation to make a future crossing at County Road 158. In doing analysis on this corridor and talking with TxDOT, we believe it's actually a better alignment to go with Roland Lane, which would connect into that Yerington extension on the west side, and then further east into Waterstone on the east side, which is already in place. So that's a significant change from the last time that we wanted to highlight. And then we've also made some adjustments to help connectivity with downtown and alternatives to Center Street on the south side of downtown. And then lastly, a new arterial was identified on the west side of town through the Nance Tract and kind of further west of Yerington Extension. And I'll talk about that in the context of modeling. So something we've been spending months and months on is doing a really thorough analysis of the city using the Kyle 2030 future land use and active developments to make sure that this plan actually serves the growth that's coming and what's anticipated in future land. And so when we were looking at the west side, even with building the Arrington extension, it would not have enough capacity to serve all of the traffic that's anticipated as the west side of town continues to grow and build out. So we had to identify an additional corridor there, and then we also made some alterations to some of the street types around the city. Going through this, something else that was really important as part of this process was to modernize and really acknowledge travel choice in the cross sections. As I mentioned before, it's very engineer focused and specific on the right, very, very car centric. There wasn't really any specification for bike lanes. It doesn't match what's in this current code of ordinances in terms of right-of-way requirements on this image on the right. And there really wasn't much detail about what would be planned within the right-of-way above and below ground, aside from just the pavement itself and the sidewalks. So as part of this process, one of the things we also wanted to be thoughtful about was streets should change and be planned with the adjacent land use. So the planning shouldn't just stop at the right-of-way line, but it should serve the nature and character of development adjacent to the street. And so one of the things we're doing with this is we're actually looking at cross sections that are context sensitive. You wouldn't build the same street downtown that you would out in kind of a more rural subdivision area. And so we have tried to match with the 2030 comprehensive plan, but also add elements like showing drainage, parking needs, lighting, and other things that you'll see on the images on the next couple screens. So a couple of things that we've been working through on this is not just the actual right-of-way need, how many lanes, how wide the lanes should be, and medians, and placement of other facilities, but also utility assignments, having standardized locations for water, sewer, and other electric things underneath ground as part of this process. Really what this is setting up for is this is trying to help the city have a clearer image and picture of what all is needed in the right-of-way so that when future capital projects are feasible and fundable, that we have a pretty good plan in place for that and clear vision for what those might look like. Local streets, as I mentioned, would change based on the adjacent land uses. So downtown, you're going to have more of the on-street parking. In the residential context, you might have open ditches in the kind of rural subdivisions, but where you have more urban areas, you're going to want to have curb and gutter with sidewalks and a little bit more space there. For collector streets, on these, similar to local streets, it's going to mostly kind of align with the adjacent land use and contexts. And then in kind of more commercial or industrial areas, having that center turn lane for access to more frequent businesses is needed kind of in the image on the top right. I can certainly come back to these. I'm not intending to try to blow through them, but we can come back if there's questions on specifics. For minor arterial streets, these are really workhorses in the community to really help with the daily commute traffic. And so for urban context, we wanted to make sure, similar to what you guys have done or planning to do on Center Street, is having that center turn lane is imperative for accessing businesses and driveways, but also having the on-street parking. In kind of more rural context, making sure we have adequate space for shoulders and ditches on those, so adequate right-of-way to do that. And then for kind of more urban, suburban contexts, that's where you'll have more of the 4 lanes with a median, kind of typical, but also having shared use paths, so bikes and pedestrians. Yes, go ahead.
Did you guys happen to, especially on Center Street, I questioned whether or not a one-way would be beneficial. I know it's kind of hard because we just have one way in, one way out, but I know we can go around through the train tracks, and I just want to be cautious of like how we expand our downtown because we're so limited on it. Mm-hmm. And so when we do that middle lane, it's going to take away from other areas. So I was just curious if you guys took into consideration any one-way streets or one-way.
It's a great question. Yeah, sometimes in downtown context, one-way streets or what I like to call one-way pairs make sense. So you can have, alternating north or south or east or west. In the context of Center Street, given that is still on system with TxDOT, they're going to want to maintain two-way access. So I'm not sure if that would be considered feasible by TxDOT since they still have maintenance and oversight of that corridor. But we could certainly look into it and talk with them after today.
Okay, appreciate it. Because eventually, when we do the 150 bypass, then the Center Street will belong to the city of Kyle. But I know that's going to be a while down. But if we're thinking about how we're going to expand and how the bypass is going to come, maybe we could take into consideration alternatives.
Yeah, and one thing I would throw caution to the wind on is making assumptions of streets being turned back by TxDOT. VUDO was in the process of that for a very long time, and we were recently told that they were not going to turn things back. So I want to be careful about that,
Fair
especially
enough,
in this
yeah.
format.
I was always told that, so.
I know. I just want to be careful. I think this is the right forum to mention it, is that it's not a guarantee that TxDOT will turn it back. And there's been other stories. You can look up a case in San Antonio. There's something called Broadway Street, where it seemed like everything was ready to go, and there was a missing signature, and TxDOT pulled back after millions of dollars were spent. So
Which street was that in Buda?
they were looking at 967 and a couple others.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, yeah. Thank you for the question. And then major arterial streets, these are more for illustration purposes. We actually don't have this one in the public meeting stuff because there's a caveat on the bottom of this one that all of the major arterials shown are actually currently being planned by Hays County or TxDOT. And so the city actually doesn't have any major arterial streets planned that would be these 6-lane sections. Really, it goes up to more the 4-lane is the biggest ones that we have. But Hays County would have a slightly different look than these, and that's why we didn't want to show that tomorrow night. But we did have a plan for them, an idea for what these could be if the city took those on. For the bike plan, did want to acknowledge the comment earlier tonight. I appreciate the mountain biking community and talking about the material types and being careful for that. It is really hard, honestly, to serve all the different types of bike users that are out there. You've got kids who are trying to go to school. You have folks that want to use it for recreation, and then you got the road warriors that want to train for races and things like that on the thin tubes. And so the material types is very challenging aspect. And what I would say for this one is really the focus for our plan is really to get people around Kyle. So whether that's getting safely to school, whether it's getting from home to work or to businesses, if that's the choice that you want to make to ride on a bike, that's kind of the guiding light for this piece. Whereas we're really trying to work with the Trails Plan team to look on those recreational use to tie into this network. We definitely came before them, so we've tried to talk about it, but they're a little bit farther behind us. So we're hoping to collaborate before this one finishes up, but we're kind of leading the horse here a little bit on this process. And so a theme here, I'll repeat it on the slide, is that we're really trying to focus on a complete and connected network. I've been doing this for well over a decade, and the main thing is you want to leverage what you already have, what you're planning to put in with those bond projects, and then make sure that you can effectively get around town in a near term and not something that's 30 years away. As someone who rides my bike all the time, it's really frustrating when you are trying to get somewhere and there's a gap, right? Or you get to the end of a facility that's really nice and then there's, a mile to the next thing, or you're trying to get in the street or take your life into your own hands. So that was really what we were focusing on here. And so the green lines on this map really represent what we thought was the most feasible and shortest term solution based on either committed projects from the bonds, things that are already in the ground, and things that were not extremely difficult to cross, like large floodplains that would need bridges, things like that. The blue lines are definitely viable routes. Some of them exist today that are good, but they would be, that network would be kind of the second priority to complete on here. And we were looking for feedback from the public on this. So if there's something that should change from one to the other, we're here to hear about that and also have that as one of our activities tomorrow night.
Did you guys have anything along the Plum Creek?
So for Plum Creek, are you talking about on the east or the west side?
East.
East side. Yes, we have that as the secondary. There's also, I know there's the Vibe Trails plan as well, but really the creek systems, we were trying to allow that to be part of the Trails plan and then focus on the road right-of-ways for this one. So we do show that a little bit on the east side, but it's really taken from prior planning efforts.
Are you guys taking into consideration the natural services, or is it just going to be, like, what kind of?
Oh, it's a great question. Generally speaking, we're trying to focus on ADA compliant paths within the right of way, and so a lot of times you can get natural paths that drain well, like decomposed granite or other things. The challenge with those a lot of times is the maintenance and keeping them up to make ADA compliance for folks that are also walking or on wheelchairs. And so I've tried it in the past. A lot of times federal funding, if you're looking for outside money, won't allow for natural surfaces either, if you're trying to do that. And so within the right-of-way, from my experience, sticking with the concrete is best, and then trying to go with the natural surfaces along the trail systems, along the creeks and other places, natural areas is
I have a concern with that because I don't want to flood. We have the Plum Creek is what we use for our outlet for the wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
So just ensuring that we don't put concrete that's going to reallocate rain somewhere else or towards that area.
Sure, yeah, and I think part of what we're looking at too in the right-of-way is the actual, not just the road itself, but the drainage associated. So adequately capturing that is definitely something we can talk more about with the code team as well, like runoff, impervious cover, and water quality requirements. If that's what you're talking about, we can certainly follow up after this on that with the code team. So
that's the only reason why I would like to look at some natural surfaces.
Sure, definitely, I appreciate it. All right, so that's the bike plan. And then this one is an activity we're doing tomorrow night. So kind of four primary categories that we've been working with staff on to get feedback from folks is safety, mobility, connectivity, and accessibility. And so we have an activity tomorrow night for this. We can certainly talk more about these topics here tonight if you'd like. But we're asking folks to kind of give us their ranking 1 through 4 in this. The reality is when we look at projects, we're trying to create an understanding of what best satisfies the community's vision and goals as well as the overall city's vision and plan. And so from a transportation standpoint, these are kind of common categories, whether it's a roadway project or a multimodal like pedestrian bike type project. We're trying to evaluate and prioritize these against each other to see which ones best and most effectively meet the city's objectives and goals and the vision and things like objectives like these. So we're going to be doing an activity both online and in person tomorrow and at the Kyle Fair to ask folks how they would sort these, and that's going to help us weight what we'll call some performance measures. That's the bullets on the screen, where we'll do technical analysis to see how well projects actually effectively address these concerns, like crashes for both people in cars and pedestrians and bikes, and looking at how to weight those things. How well does it improve the level of service? That's all that modeling that we've done. We can actually look and see how well specific projects really impact the system. And then how well do we improve connectivity from filling gaps in sidewalk networks, removing barriers like crossing railroads or floodplains, and then proximity to points of interest like downtown, schools, the library. Healthcare facilities was brought up previously in the December meeting, so we have that in here. And then also we were at the December meeting, I think it was Councilmember Zapata brought up about wanting to make sure we address affordability and working with the Housing Work Study. And so we have some performance measures to address that for low to moderate income housing, but also households without a car. And then I think it was Councilmember Harris that wanted us to make sure we looked at how effectively these projects help senior citizen populations. So we're trying to incorporate those things we heard from December, but also keep going forward with that and get feedback from the public. Almost done, promise. So our intent is to come back and tell you all what we heard from the community about these recommendations for these maps, but also come back with what we've changed based on what we heard from the public. That should be around the June timeframe. But also get into specific projects and how those rank out based on what we hear from the public about how important those 4 categories are, and address those performance measures and adjust the weighting accordingly. We'll also dig into some of the policies a little bit more. I know there's been some policy updates around transportation in the last few weeks and some council meetings, but then we intend to come back with that, the final report, the final recommendations to really dig into it in the summer. So, but we should be back in June for a workshop is the plan. And with that, I will open the floor for additional questions. Happy to answer anything, go back to any slide.
All right, any questions or comments? Okay, guys, this is our time. If we're going to ask questions, we got to ask. And I feel like I'm the only one.
And we will be back in June with more things. So
Okay, well, I want to give enough feedback so when you guys come back, you're one step closer.
Sure.
So one of my questions is going to be, Toll Brothers is a development on the west. And last time I reviewed, and this was prior to, they had one egress and one ingress. And so I want to make sure that we're building the right roads in that area, just for safety reasons. Is that going to be in this mobility plan?
For within the Toll Brothers development specifically. So this plan should have collectors and arterials throughout the city. Within a specific subdivision. I'm not sure how large the Toll Brothers one is. I don't know if it's many hundred units or what the size of that one is, but that's where in some places we can't predict exactly where the streets are going to go. Sometimes that works itself out in the development process. And that's where we're looking to work with the code team to require certain connectivity. I'll let Melissa talk
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. So I will say the code or the Unified Development Code will really look at subdivision, like block lengths, connections to and from. So that'll be worked out in analyzing that. However, as you noted, some subdivisions phase, so much so that sometimes the connections don't seem to always be there. But yes, they that would be more of a code for the code rewrite.
Okay, since we know it's coming,
Absolutely.
I want them to be prepared to understand that they need more than just one way in and one way out. Have we pinpointed areas that include development agreements and their responsibilities to build certain roads?
I can answer that. I can answer 2 ways.
Yeah, I would say for this kind of higher level mobility plan, it really is at like 30,000 feet. It gives me the tools I need when development comes in to say like, hey, I need additional right of way here, or this is a road that's coming in that we need a plan for with this development. Hey, it doesn't look like you're incorporating the bike lane, and then when the trails plan comes in, that would be another layer that we would really work with developers as they come in to focus on. As far as development agreements, kind of rules and restrictions, those do kind of go back to the code, and we would look at those at the time that they come in. So the subdivision process is really when kind of the, I guess, the vision comes to reality, kind of related to these plans.
Okay, so my concern is we have the ability right now to say this is what we want 158 and 150 to look like. This is what we want the Rastegard development to look like. That's unbuttoned. So why we would not do it now, I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't we just be like, okay, we're going to include this in the mobility. It's already got a development agreement. These are the roads that need to get built.
So two things. The previous question, we did do a review of all of the active developments and ones that were platted or preliminary platted when we were putting the thoroughfare plan map together. So we wanted to make sure we weren't putting lines on a map that weren't feasible because something was already entitled. So we did do that process to due diligence to make sure that we weren't putting lines that are never going to get built. That was one of our goals there. And so we went through that process. And then as far as the developments go, so we're doing our best to map the collectors that we know are definitely feasible and kind of go through undeveloped areas within the city and working with the county as well, because a lot of those areas for those connections, frankly, are in the ETJ, right, on the east side, right? And so with the developments themselves, part of what this is going to help Melissa and the planning folks and development review teams do is it's going to set the connectivity requirements through policy, map the collector streets through neighborhoods where we see clear paths that we can still do it, but then also have the backstop to say, here's what the connectivity requirements are within a subdivision in terms of egress points, block lengths, other things, with cross sections that are context specific. So they will have something that to start with when they come in the door to say, hey, we're going to build this. The city will now have, hey, here's what the local street should be if it's a residential subdivision, a commercial development, vice versa, based on the connectivity requirements and or the map. So they'll be both and working together.
Okay, and then just one last thing. Because we've kind of survived this road bond, and by that I mean there's been a lot of eminent domain. And so I'm wondering if as we move along, is there any way that we can figure out what that's going to look like with this mobility? Because I was here in 2021 and people looked at the map and it was just like a line on the map. And what we would tell them when they would get upset is, well, nothing is finalized until it's engineered, right? But now these people have been living with this constant fear for 5 years. And so if we could, as we go along, try to figure out or have a better concept of what the eminent domain is going to require. I know the county, and speaking to Councilmember Tobias's mother, she knew 15 years ago that there was a road that's going to eventually go through her yard. And so if we can get a heads up on that now, as opposed to during the time, I think that would bring a lot of relief.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. So what I would say is what this plan will help us to do is to set the dimensions basically with those cross sections. So we'll at least at a higher level have an idea of what those impacts will be, particularly as we develop projects before we'd go out for another road bond program. We'd have that information. Obviously, we won't have that fine a point on it until we get into the engineering and we can tell exactly what those impacts are to the properties, but we can give property owners a decent idea of what those impacts would be. Also, what I like about this approach is, and Jake spoke to this, is we're not just looking at, kind of a roadway dimension. We're also looking at utility locations where those would go. We're also looking at other improvements like sidewalks and everything behind the curb, trees, landscaping. So you're getting a more complete picture of what that improvement would look like. So we'll be able to give the community a better idea of what these projects would actually look like on the ground. Hopefully a better idea of what those impacts might be.
That would be fantastic.
That's true.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so my feedback is she's correct, because when this was brought back to us in 2021, I remember when at the time Mayor was a District 2 representative, she had a resident that lived over there on 2nd and 3rd Street, Ms. Welch. When that plan came through, again, it was just a bunch of lines that went through that was just saying, we're going to come through Center Street all the way around. we're going to come through Center Street, which we might go through where the old Sledge Church was. So it got a lot of people nervous about that. And again, it was just like drawings on the map, but nothing concrete. And I think when we started to develop the road bonds itself, I think that was one of the key things we wanted to do was get the engineering designs done. How much square footage are we going to need for sidewalks? How much square footage are we going to have for the road? If we get ahead of the game now, we probably could eliminate a lot of these conversations, a lot of these pushbacks from people not understanding where we're going towards as far as the need for these our streets to improve. So we start working with our residents now saying, hey, look, probably in the next coming years, this is where this map is going to be coming, and we might look at possibly going in your front yard or on that side. We're not there yet, but just to get the conversation going for these people to understand that there is going to be the need for the expansion on the roads. Number two, how are we going to look at, I know we have a specific guideline for actual width of streets that are required for subdivisions, correct? I think it's 26 feet that we can only have from curb to curb. I think that's one of the issues we have, like in South Lake, when those houses were developed, you had such a very small street, and I think that was the norm, or that was the ordinance back then. Have we looked at maybe trying to increase the width of these streets as new developments come on, to where we don't get in a situation like in Plum Creek over there by Negley, where the streets are so small and you got people trying to get their kids in and out, and there's cars that are parked. Same thing on the east side of Kyle and Steeplechase on that end. We have ordinances in place for that. Have we thought about expanding that from 26 to maybe 32 feet or something like that? And I guess on that end, as long as we continue to take strides in encouraging our residents to be involved in some of these street improvements we're doing, we can be able to get a better grasp on that. And I noticed that there was Campo mentioned in there. I didn't know if Mark wanted to comment on that, if he may have attended a meeting recently or had any kind of conversations of what might be in the master transportation plan as a whole, or would it affect our city by chance? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just thought I'd ask.
Oh, no, you're perfectly fine too. So far, we've had 2 meetings since me taking over for Mayor Mitchell, and both meetings there's been significant talks as far as coordinating resources and making sure that basically kind of along the lines of what we're trying to do with our master plan here is everybody and every entity in the area to make sure that we're not having roads to nowhere and having utilities coordinated, having different jurisdictions each other. So we're having those conversations at the Campo level.
Any other questions? Councilmember Goza?
Are you guys having conversations with the county by chance on some of these roads? I know Regascar is one that I remember was pushed through, and I don't, like I said, it's only one way in right now. Have we looked at, because I know we may be expanding Goforth from 150 all the way through. Have we looked at that map as far as adding an additional entrance and exit on that end, on the back end of that neighborhood?
So I was going to answer a couple different questions that came up. So one of the ones was about the issues with the eminent domain and properties. So one of the cool things we're going to have, it's already online right now. We have the interactive map of the proposed thoroughfare plan, so you can actually zoom in and out to the scale you need and kind of see, like on an aerial, where is that actual line drawn, and get that feedback now before we kind of go forward with final. So you're going to have the residents and the community have that opportunity to look at it right now. It is live, and we'll have that tomorrow night as well in a digital format, in addition to big maps to look at things with folks. We are coordinating with the county. Yes, we've had several meetings with them to talk about not just their corridors, but also kind of the plans for connectivity. And then I know we're going to be working with them probably on some of the things in the ETJ for sure on the residential subdivision side. I think I have more things to talk about. Oh, and then in terms of right-of-way and the street widths that was brought up, For that, one of the things that we're trying to address is in residential subdivisions, one of the biggest challenges is having a street that really is for the purpose of connecting to the larger arterials that doesn't have parking or too narrow of space on it, and houses fronting the main street where you really just can't move much traffic through, and then it's not super safe for the kids who are jumping out from behind cars, things like that. So those things are being factored in, and we're trying to work with the code team to make sure that each development has a true collector street that doesn't have a bunch of residential driveways on it, that really is for the purpose of moving folks in and out of the subdivision. So we really are trying to do the comprehensive look at that. And then working with the county and others, we're really trying to make sure, not just on the east side, but also the west side, that we're really thinking about regional traffic for all the folks coming up and down 1626 from Buda, folks trying to come up from San Marcos that don't really have much of an alternative 35, and trying to make sure we're creating options for folks in the area. So I think I answered most of those things that were brought up, but.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that drive, that work in Austin or live in Austin, have to go through BB Road, have to go through Bunton just to get to 21, just to get home to Lockhart or Comal, Caldwell area. So it's not just for people that live in our city that are utilizing our roads. And so, it's looking at a combination of that, because eventually the east side of Kyle is going to be the next gold mine for years to come, because you can only build so much out west when you have here. So as long as we're preparing for that, I'd feel more comfortable. And like I said, let's continue to stay on the county and see what their plans are, because as I mentioned to the rest of these people on the dais, we're about ready to break ground on some of these roads, and we got to have that connectivity all the way through. It wouldn't make sense building a brand new road from Kyle, and then next thing you know, we're back at the county line and people are stuck.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Goza.
Hi, thank you. I had a question about the plethora of roundabouts that are plugged into this map. We have an ordinance that requires traffic analysis on these, and then studies. And so how is that going to factor into our overall transportation plan?
Yep. It's a great question. Thank you, Councilmember. Is it
Goza.
Goza, thanks. I didn't want to misread from the fight. So two things on that. One, we're not going to pre-prescribe an intersection type on the new map. You won't see that on the map that's published online, that's in the materials. It's not a pre-prescribed. We are going to do the alternatives analysis as kind of the baseline assessment for those major intersections. The other thing we're trying to make sure we do, which kind of gets at the previous question of space and eminent domain, is wherever we still can, we're working with the code team to add additional right-of-way near the major intersections for things like turn lanes or other equipment, if it's a traffic light or a roundabout, whatever the right alternative is. That's usually a problem that we run into is, as communities build out, those hard corners can be really expensive and really challenging from a utilities and land standpoint. So we're actually trying to work with the code team to actually require more at those intersection corners, so we're not having to go back later and try to retrofit that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
One of the things I don't see addressed in the mobility plan is the environmental impacts. We have typically just said there's a straight road, it's going that way, and the heck with the trees and anything else that's there. And we are environmentally paying for that now, for taking down so many trees and being so careless about, how that road goes. Roads can be curves. There can be ways of protecting the trees and the environment. And I would really like to see a section in the mobility plan, if it fits there, I hope it would, on preservation of especially the environmental things.
Yeah, I think that's something that I want to visit with the code team on, specifically about trees and preservation and other pieces that they're working on that we're not necessarily touching as much, but we would definitely do care about, and work with them on what we can do collectively before we get to the final report to address your question.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Zapata.
Hi. So one, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. I think we did this dance last time, so happy to continue it. I believe that last time I brought up a concern with creating a formal criteria to determine when projects must exceed TxDOT minimum multimodal standards. And that's particularly for bicycle and pedestrian facilities. Is that something that we are currently developing or that you have worked on since? And if so, what's the update on that?
Sure, yeah. So we actually provided some comments back to the code team, specifically on the current vibe trail requirements for those type of facilities, but also for shared use paths and how to define what the minimum widths should be, regardless of TxDOT standards, but for the city itself. And then looking at safe crossings and what should be determined for those facility types as they cross streets, which is where a lot of the safety hazards and other things come about.
Okay, in that, I guess, policy direction, was there any talk of like different triggers, like what would trigger something to require the like exceeding multimodal standards?
I don't think there was necessarily a specific trigger so much as kind of similar to what we're talking about with the policy on intersections, like doing a proper analysis based on best practice and engineering practice thresholds to determine what the best and safest type of crossing or facility would be.
Is there a way that we can possibly explore what that might look like? Because I think my fear is that without setting forth triggers, then it kind of becomes like discretionary as to whether or not someone chooses to do so.
Certainly, yeah. I would love to, since we're talking about policies at the June workshop, I'd love to come back with an answer to that question in more detail.
I think my next question is, as we talked about the bike plan, it seemed like the primary use was going to be our like shared like sidewalk, like vibe trail sort of stuff. So I just have concerns that that is, one, not necessarily safe for pedestrians or for cyclists, especially because it concerns me that we're talking about building out like this like bike plan network. I mean, it's great. I want it to happen. But the road bond projects, for example, that we have don't include bike lanes. And so I was wondering if there was anything set forth that kind of recommends or actually requires bike lanes to be built in.
Sure, certainly. So what we looked at on this and what the industry trend has been, and I will say that the best practice has changed in the last 15, 20 years of doing this work and helping write other design standards and manuals that I've done. And what's really become the case is bike lanes are considered less safe on streets as speeds increase due to the proximity to cars. Whether you have a buffer or you have physical barriers, delineators or not, it's actually safest to get the bicyclist up a little bit higher at the top of curb level for visibility and separate them as far as you can from the actual curb line in the roadway. And so that's why we have shared use paths throughout, is it is considered industry best practice and the safest for cyclists. That's why that's in there. I just wanted to mention that. But for lower speed streets and neighborhoods that are already built where we have a lot of constraints with right of way, such as through the Plum Creek neighborhood and some other areas, we've identified some potential routes for marking signage and even potentially bike lanes where they're feasible and there's enough space to put those throughout the city.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. And then as we are building this out, can we ensure that when we talk about bike facilities, that we're creating a differentiation between recreational shared use paths and then like transportation focused facilities?
Definitely. And I think that'll be first and foremost in our what we're doing on the bike plan is it is truly mobility focused, these routes, and that's where we're hoping to have the recreational piece be the focus of the trails plan for those particular facilities.
Okay.
And different there.
For corridors that we have identified as either, for example, unsafe or at capacity or under capacity, how does prioritization differ depending on whether risk is primarily to vehicles, to pedestrians, or to cyclists?
It's a great question. I'm actually going to go back a slide on that for the safety piece, and this is a great forum for discussion from y'all, is we can evaluate and weight different things differently when we're actually doing our prioritization, and we'll have all the detail for that after we get public feedback and when we bring it back in June. But if y'all want to talk about now, if y'all were to prioritize, it's not an easy question, but if you were to prioritize safety of pedestrians, bikes, and cars, I would love feedback on how you would like to maybe address that and weight it for the actual specific performance measures, not just overall how important is safety relative to all other priorities, but within that context, would love to hear feedback on that from y'all.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that would probably require greater discussion because that's not really simple. But I think some of my initial concerns, for example, have to do with like near schools. So like if we could weigh out like pedestrian safety higher than like vehicle safety, especially when it comes to our students, like that's something that I want to make sure that we're taking care of. I think one other part of that is going to be in the process of like identifying like whether something is like at capacity, under capacity, safe, unsafe. Are we considering applying like different multimodal options in those areas? So for example, like prioritizing that.
Oh, in terms of just based on what we have from today and what's projected,
Yes.
what the priority travel mode might be?
Yeah, so for example, like if something is already beyond capacity, but we know that we don't want to further widen or we can't widen the road, then the other opportunity is going to be connectivity via like sidewalks or bike paths.
It's a great question, and it's very complex, but I think the short answer is we should have enough information documented in the report and the appendix about the over/under capacity and safety levels to help in future project evaluations to make that determination when you get into more detailed design. It's hard to do at this 30,000 foot level, I would say, on any specific place, but I think we would have enough info for every corridor to help inform that decision.
Okay. And then I think one of my final questions, I got a couple more. I believe that we are establishing like baseline mode sharing, if I remember that.
In terms of like how much current use of cars versus other modes?
Yes.
We looked into that, and the data was really expensive to get.
Okay.
And so we weren't able to try to get a specific estimation of that. We can try to get what we can based on publicly available data for that. But I will say that sometimes those public sources are pretty disaggregated across an area like Kyle, and they're kind of more regional and broad. So pinpointing specifically in the city limits what exactly is the mode share would be pretty tough to go.
Ravli Kosaraj, Assistant Director of Traffic Transportation. I just wanted to chime in on that comment specifically because we are actively working with Campo. I myself personally sit on the TDM subcommittee that's part of their Transportation Advisory Council. And through those coordination efforts, we are in talks with them with establishing potential park and ride locations for within city limits of Kyle, where Campo could come in with some federal grant funding that they have to repurpose existing unused parking lots or a portion of them to provide for park and ride facilities. But because we generally tend to be a residential community where we're kind of shipping out, if that's the right term, our people for employment to other cities, whether it's Austin or San Marcos or wherever else, the type of commuter solutions that we're looking at, because those are all regional destinations. So that becomes a challenge with providing multimodal facilities. Not impossible, but just kind of being realistic. We're looking at other transportation demand management approaches, like providing park and ride facilities, which then would allow for some organization like CARTS or other Campo-funded initiatives to come help us support with providing that mode share that you talked about. So I just wanted to mention that outside of the mobility plan efforts.
Okay. No, I really appreciate that. Is there a way in which we can get some just like high level recommendations on what like generally is best use when trying to figure out targets for that? I know it might be difficult to have like pinpoint that data, but just like I said, just high level recommendations, just things to keep in mind built into the mobility plan.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that, whether it happens through our Kyle mobility plan or the Uber 314 program review efforts that we're going through, because that's something that project team also touched on. But we can certainly bring back some of those high level kind of research and best practices back to council.
Okay.
Either through one of the projects.
Okay, yeah, I just think it would be helpful to build that into the mobility plan so that way as we continue to build off, we can utilize that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then one of my final questions is going to be about like heat and shade. So as we're thinking about creating and looking at these different cross-section requirements, are low canopy, high heat neighborhoods somehow prioritized when it comes to like increasing the amount of shading that is provided in these areas?
It's a really good question. So what I would say is that in terms of going back and adding shade, I feel like that we're more focused on trying to get the future projections where there's still widening needed for existing facilities or future facilities, and specifying where you could put trees on those, and that's included in there. In terms of going back and retrofitting or trying to add more shade in high heat areas, like you mentioned, in existing neighborhoods, that's not as much contemplated in this particular study, but it's something that I'm sure staff could look into.
Okay, yeah,
if
and
the
I
data's there.
don't think I'm wanting us to like retrofit that. I know that'd be really difficult, but just creating some sort of like weighting system, because if we create these shared use paths and multimodal options, it's hot as heck. And so providing as much shade relief as we can, I think can help buffer some of that.
Yeah, and to that point, Councilmember, I mean, I think it's really important to have good shade to use bike facilities or pedestrian facilities, particularly when it's summer. So we understand that. That's built into some of the cross sections, is to have that type of infrastructure, call it green infrastructure, basically, as part of that. And so we are looking at that as part of the plan, not necessarily heat and shade per se, but really functional as part of the infrastructure to make the bike and pedestrian facilities work. So in the context of the transportation plan, that's how we're looking at it. So
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And those are all the questions. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think you're good.
All right.
All right,
Thank you all very
appreciate
much.
that.
We'll see you in June.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Or tomorrow night, actually.
It's okay. All right, so we pulled up agenda item 17. We're going to go back to consider and possible action. Up next, we have agenda item 11, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a permanent utility easement over a parcel of land containing a total of 989 square feet, as described in Exhibit A to the resolution, from certain real property owned by Renee R. Ramirez and Delia C. Ramirez for the public use and purpose of construction of electrical utility improvements for the city's Center Street Off-System Road Project. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Hi, Mike Trimble again. And yeah, so this PCN is related to the Center Street Off-System project. As you recall, this is related to the 22 road bond, November 22, approved by the voters. There's all the background I'm going to go through in item 14 for the contract on Center Street Off-System. I won't get too much into all the improvements and all of that for this item, just for sake of time. But just to know that that project did go out to bid, and we do have the contract award on your agenda tonight for consideration. So the project is far along. We're getting ready to go into construction phase. So particularly for this parcel in question, the property owners are Renee Ramirez and Delia Ramirez, and which is my mom's name, actually, to require easements needed for utilities and for particularly for PEC. So this is for undergrounding electrical utility easements. And so we worked with the property owner, PEC, on this. And so really PEC is going to be the owner of this easement at the end of the day. We're acquiring it on their behalf to underground the utilities. And so this includes a utility easement of 989 square feet, 0.023 acres. And then, as I mentioned, utility improvements would go here, mainly PEC electric utility improvements. So in summary, PCNs refer to the council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement or fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the Center Street Off-System project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. And when the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings if necessary to acquire the needed property. But I will also state that we are still continuing negotiations even with the approval of this PCN action. Negotiations will continue with the property owner. And so, again, previous council action, city council approved the alignment in 2024 and then approved the task order of Pave Dawson. I don't know why it's there. Option 1 is to approve the resolution. Option 2 is to deny the resolution. So staff is recommending option 1.
All right, can you go back to the map so we can get a good idea? So, just for future, what I'd like to see is more than just a little, I'd like to see this and then like how it fits into like a bigger part of the city. Of that area at least.
Oh, like a
maybe a
pull-out
block,
map?
like a little
pull-out
block.
map? Yeah.
Yes, that would be great. And what was the holdup with this again?
Yeah, so one of the main issues that we're bringing this forward with is that the negotiations have gone pretty well with the property owner. There were some provisions that they wanted to see related to modifying the easement terms. But since this is a PEC easement, PEC has pretty stringent requirements for what go in their easement documents. And so we really can't modify those because, again, we're just acquiring this on behalf of PEC. And so that's part of the hangup. We are continuing those conversations with the property owner to see if we can come to terms given those requirements. But that's why this is in front of you tonight.
So we don't need this to expand the road, or we do?
Well, this is part of the road improvement project. This is part of the utility relocation, and utility relocation is a part of all of our projects. And in this particular case, as we're undergrounding those electric utilities and telecoms as well, they will be going into easements along the roadway.
Okay, any questions or comments? Councilmember Medina?
Just one question, looking at the map. This is closer to the pool area, right across from that corner property that we own now next to the VFW, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That area along that side of Center Street is going to also have sidewalks?
Yes, the southern side of Center Street will have sidewalks. The northern side will have the shared use path of Vibe Trail.
So will we be coming back later on for additional right-of-way requests to put sidewalk on this homeowner's property?
Might ask for backup on that one, but I believe this, we've already gotten a lot of the right-of-way needs acquired for the roadway improvements, dimensions itself. The PEC easements came in based on, it took a little longer lead time to coordinate with PEC to figure out exactly where those locations needed to go and to get those easements dimensions established. And so that's why some of these easements are kind of happening later in the process versus some of the earlier right-of-way where we had those right-of-way dimensions established.
And was there a logistical reason that I didn't think to ask earlier as to why it's on this corner of the property and not on the corner closer to Gonzalez Street? Because it looks like that's near their driveway as well.
Yeah, I don't know all the particulars on that. Other than that, I know that one of the things, there's a switchgear box. And as you're in neighborhoods, if you have underground utilities, I know I have them on my property. Several people have those little boxes. One of those is primarily for the location of the switchgear box. Is there more on that?
Yeah, I can assist a little bit. So basically the main PEC line is on the north side of Center Street. We're actually having to cross over into this easement and take the PEC underground to the corner there where Mike had mentioned the switchgear in order to provide service to this house as well as the adjoining property. So,
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So to clarify, can that box go somewhere else onto the left-hand corner over there?
I think the box well, and you can help me out on this, but I think the box location is based on the design in coordination with PEC. So all of this has been worked out as a design for the location of the lines, but also distribution as well. So that's how this location was established.
Okay, I don't mean to be rude, but my question was, can it go somewhere else? Could that be part of the negotiation?
no, I mean, it was set where it needed to go. So, I mean, there's an existing overhead line that provides service kind of on the backside there. So we needed that switch box at that corner in order to bring the service back between those two homes. So no, it could not.
So it has to stay there.
Yes.
And then her other question that she had is, and I want confirmation of, is there going to be any more eminent domain required on this property?
No, there will not. We do not anticipate that.
Okay. All right. Motions? Oh, Councilmember Goza.
How big is the switch box that will be installed in relationship to how big this easement is?
Yeah, I don't know if we have exact dimensions. I would just say, again, if you're familiar with, any of the neighborhoods that have these switchgear boxes, again, I know I have one. They're a couple of feet in dimension.
4 or 5 foot.
Yeah, 4 or 5 foot, like maybe a couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like not having those switch boxes when they don't live in like a pre-planned neighborhood. So it's consideration, on the impact to the person who bought that property originally. So it's just kind of my thought process.
All right.
The easement will also be large enough to allow PEC to get in and maintain the switchgear box in addition to the box itself.
Yeah, the switchgear box won't take up that whole space to that point. I mean, it's going to be located in that easement, but also that easement is to allow access and maintenance as well.
And how far off were we on the price, on the negotiations?
I don't know if necessarily the price was the issue. Again, I think it was part of the provisions for the easement requirements.
Okay, questions? All right. Motions? All right, I
I'd like to
move
go and
that.
make a motion to approve agenda item number 11.
I have,
I think I have to read the PCN. motion.
okay, I'm sorry. There is verbiage. So Councilmember Zapata, if she would, but thank you.
I know there's a lag, so. I move that the
Thank
city
you.
of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire a permanent utility easement over a parcel of land containing a total of .023 acres from property owned by Rene R. Ramirez and Delia C. Ramirez as described in Agenda Item 11 for the public use of constructing electrical utility infrastructure improvements for the city's Center Street roadway improvement project.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by Councilmember Harris. Roll call vote, please.
Tobias,
Aye.
Medina,
No.
Harris,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
No.
Zapata,
Yes.
Goza.
No.
All right. Item passes 4-3. Up next, agenda item 12. Consider approval of a resolution awarding RFP number 2025 RFP-14 to Ellis Don Capital U.S. Holdings, LLC through its affiliated entity, Brickwork Development Group, and authorizing the city manager to execute an exclusive negotiation agreement for the purpose of advancing site planning and preliminary design coordination to refine the concept and ensure alignment with the city's vision for the brick and mortar office development. Item presenter, Rosie Truelove.
Good evening. That was a mouthful. So we are here today to basically identify and select, hopefully, a potential development partner for a new office building in the brick and mortar district. We have gone through an RFP process, which we'll talk about, to identify this development partner. This next phase is negotiations is basically execution of an exclusive negotiating agreement that would allow us to further refine a potential concept and really get into more detailed conversations about cost and scope and what we might be able to do there. It doesn't guarantee this project will move forward. It doesn't actually expend any dollars on behalf of the city of Kyle. It just allows us to enter into a conversation with the selected development partner so we can see if there is a deal to be had. So this is the 1.75 acre office parcel within the brick and mortar district that is outlined in blue on the screen or in the backup on this slide. This is a property that has been conveyed to the city of Kyle as part of the master development agreement with Plum Creek Mountain Plum. It has limited uses associated with that conveyance. And it has some restrictions associated with what can be done at this particular parcel. So what it can be, yes.
It's not showing on our screens. Can you get that corrected, please?
Magic in the back.
There, but it's not over here.
I don't know how to make magic in the back happen. I'm sure magic in the back is happening.
It would help.
This is when you wish you had like some Jeopardy music or something. We good? Okay. So this is the parcel. You can see 1.75 acres, part of the Plum Creek Brick and Mortar District. This is deeded to the city in August of 2024. According to the development agreement and the restrictions, it can be a Class A office building, at least 3 stories, max of 5 stories. It can be mixed use. It is limited to having first floor retail that supports office users, professional and neighborhood serving businesses. It's designed to support the professional business environment within a walkable district with quality commercial development and long-term economic growth. It cannot be a gas station or an auto-related business. It can't be fast food or a drive-through. It can't be liquor stores or smoke shop or a pawn shop or a check cashing business. It cannot be an adult-oriented business or a storage yard or similar. So that's all part of the restrictions associated with the conveyance of the parcel to the city of Kyle. So we went through an extensive RFP process. We released an RFP. We received 4 responses. We shortlisted 2 to go through to phase 2 and are pleased to bring our recommendation of Ellis Don Capital U.S. Holdings with their LLC that's in the posting language of Brickwork. This is a great team of experts. Ellis Don Aquila, Half Associates, STG, Lott Brothers, Lionheart. I'm going to invite them up to share a little bit more about their vision for this particular project and to introduce themselves, and then I'll come back and wrap it up at the end.
Thank you, and thank you for having us here. I'm Ben Tolson with Aquila Commercial here in Austin, Texas. I will try to briefly hit some highlights as I think it relates to the opportunity and where our team aligns around it, what we see we bring to it. But I think one thing I would point out from the beginning is we'll have a team that's locally anchored in Central Texas, deeply experienced building in Central Texas, that I think is going to be focused on a precise delivery here that is the purpose of which is bringing this vision to life of a Class A building, a flexible building, one that's an inclusive building that the city is proud of, that's reflective of the visions that we saw in the RFI. Again, local boots on the ground, businesses, all of us that are listed here that have executed on a wide variety of projects here in Central Texas and can lean on our collective experience on, I'd say, a wide range of deliveries. I guess I have now. I have the power. That is a rare occurrence. I'd highlight, we have experience across, institutional, public-private, small tenant, large tenant, mixed-use environments. And I think we're really excited to partner here and think through what is possible and what the potential is. And Bruno, I'll invite you up to talk about the framework of how we're thinking through our response.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Rosie. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you again for having us tonight. I appreciate it. So our shared vision, and one of the things that kind of struck us out of the get-go when we first received the solicitation is that we really admire Kyle's vision to shape the city's future as the undisputed economic powerhouse of Hays County. This project's strategic location brings a unique economic opportunity as the district appeals to a wide range of industries and businesses. This will enable the city to invest in the future by adding local employment opportunities, expand Kyle's economy, and diversify the tax base. As outlined in the city's 2030 plan, Kyle is ideally positioned to capitalize on the region's rapid growth. Backed by strong community support for mixed-use development that positively contributes to the neighborhood and prioritizes the district's goals, now is the right time to capitalize on this unique opportunity while strengthening Kyle's unique identity. We intend to accomplish this through collaboration and utilization of dynamic design principles that emphasize a flexible, mixed-use concept using a people-first approach, which is intended to cultivate a vibrant and sustainable neighborhood where residents can live, work, and play, allowing Kyle to stand apart from nearby cities, or allowing Kyle to be bold, be different, and make Kyle shine.
Good evening, everybody. Appreciate your time and consideration this evening.
My name's Chris Smith. I work at Ellis Don, and I just want to go through quickly before we get into some of the renderings of just some of the design goals of what were considered when this project was put together. It is a conceptual design at this stage, but I think these parts were critical for what we put forward. So first and foremost was creating a community hub. The team assembled here with this response was put forward to facilitate an anchored development that it could activate the community around it and make sure it emphasizes the city's goals of making a thriving and prosperous economy, as well as a fun and vibrant community. Second was an emphasis on the pedestrian realm around it. And in order to promote walkability and connectivity, you'll see in the next slide that our indicative design is actually two separate floor plates. And what that allows for is a connective vein running from the parking lot through the two floor plates, through the community in front in the public realm, and connecting it to La Verde Park on the other side. And the final two here, the brick and mortar design principles, as well as feeling at home in the district. So to create this building that had this harmonious aspect with the surrounding community while enhancing both the living and working environments, we utilize these two floor plates that I've referred to really break up the monolithic tone that can come with an office building in a neighborhood like this, as well as allowing for a deep enough floor plate to allow for successful retail, as well as promoting a full natural light environment throughout the entire structure. And second of all, or pardon me, last, you'll notice in the northeast corner of the site, the floor plate is set back. And this was done on purpose to create a larger public realm in the front in order to promote more walkability, more public realm, and hopefully a restaurant on that corner. So what you can see here is our conceptual design. You're able to see the two distinct floor plates with the paseo through the middle that is open air. And by incorporating the brick and mortar design principles as well as the placemaking goals that we laid out in the previous slide, we feel that we have a design here that you can see engages with all aspects of the community. And we feel that that's really symbolic of the city's priorities of not turning its back on anybody, and ensures that it's seamlessly integrated into the surrounding community. I think that's it for us.
So what is proposed is truly a three-story building that's going to serve as a civic anchor in the district and help to kickstart what is potentially more jobs and access to employment opportunities here in Kyle, which is one of the priorities that we have within the economic development space for the city of Kyle. So this will be a public-private partnership structure. There, in the response to the solicitation, there were things that were tossed out on the table as potentially being requested, things like property tax abatements, sales tax reinvestments, nominal ground leases, construction material rebates, city lease commitments. All of these are elements for discussion. They're not things that we are guaranteeing that we are going to be able to provide or that we would support even as staff. These are just elements that were provided as potential options by Ellis Don and the team behind me. And as we go through the exclusive negotiating agreement, we will be evaluating whether any of these make sense, whether it's the right thing to do at this particular junction for this particular property. There is no guarantee that we would bring forward any of this, and really we're going to be looking to see if this is the right time for this kind of development. We don't know if it is the right time until we go into this exclusive negotiating agreement and start having the conversations to see if it makes sense. If it's not the right time for the project, we will be the first people to come back to council and say, we've decided to terminate negotiations on this particular project because it doesn't make sense. It's not financially feasible. It doesn't work for the city of Kyle right now. But again, we don't know until we start having conversations. So what is an exclusive negotiation agreement? It basically provides us time to study project feasibility, to discuss the site planning and development terms. It creates a structured negotiation time period. It does not presuppose approval by the city. It does not commit the city to do any funding on this particular project or to advance it in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It just provides us an opportunity to have some conversation about potential development of an office building on a site that really is dedicated for use as an office building, right? So it will allow us to also evaluate community benefits and really that final risk on who's going to bear it, be it the developer or the city, before we go into a final agreement and try to make a project come up from the ground. So purpose, 180-day exclusive period. We call it an exclusive negotiation agreement because we're basically saying we're only going to be talking to Ellis Don about this particular project. We appreciated all the proposals that we got and the time and expense that went into preparing those. But this is the development team that we are choosing to talk to right now. We'll work to identify tenants, prepare concept plans and propose incentives, if any, providing site data, coordinating infrastructure and reviewing options, and then really getting into negotiating any final agreement for council consideration. We will be talking to council as we go on this and updating council as appropriate based on how the conversations progress, should this exclusive negotiation agreement be approved by council tonight. So the item in front of you really is to consider approval of a resolution awarding this RFP to Ellis Don and authorizing the city management to execute that exclusive negotiating agreement. Attached to the backup, you will find a copy of what the exclusive negotiating agreement, how it reads right now. We don't anticipate any substantive changes to that, but we would be looking at that as the base document that we would execute. So that is publicly available. The options you have is to approve the resolution and authorize the city manager to execute the E&A, or to not approve the resolution. And we, as staff, recommend option 1, so we can see if there's a deal to be negotiated here.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments, concerns? I have a concern. I don't know if this is the right time to even use staff energy to be trying to do the public-private partnership. As I looked at possible incentives that were requested, there are some that I would be completely against, such as property tax abatements, because it's already within a TERS.
Understood.
And so that means, that's something I wouldn't even want to see listed, because we're already looking at only 50% of that taxes coming back to our general fund. And if we give any of that up, then that's just even less. A nominal ground lease, I don't think we're in a financial position to be looking at any type of ground lease. For me, I feel like if we do want to move forward, I would like to see a clause, something that said no, there's no liability from the city, or any cost incurred is going to be completely by the developer, and the city is not liable for any cost. So I'm not saying I'm completely opposed. It would be nice to have something there if the right partner came along. My concerns are using staff time to focus on things like this when we have other needs, and also just ensuring that our city, it makes it very clear that we are not going to, if it's going to be a public-private partnership, we own the land and then they develop whatever building that is. That's my feedback.
I think Mark has his hand.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yes, thank you. There's been a tremendous amount of positive interest in the community for office space, and this office space in particular. I will say that, Mayor, I do agree with a lot of your statements. If this can't be a net cash flow positive thing for the city and help take some of the burden off of our taxpayers and our residents, then I'm not interested in the final product. So if we can't work out something within that framework, then it's a non-starter for me. But I feel very confident that there's a way that we can work something out so that it is a mutual benefit between us and the developer, and it allows us to take some of the burden off our taxpayers and have an opportunity to funnel some monies into our general fund.
True.
Councilmember Tobias?
Yes, I understand always your concerns, Mayor. And I, just like we've brought up before in other sessions, why now? And does it have to be right now as far as the projects go? Because of course, we're really looking at our finances like always. and we wanted to see, well, when's the right time. But there also has to come a point to where we're going to have to pull the trigger in some aspect. And you know, whether we use the example or not, I'm not going to say excuse of where we're wasting staff's time, but we just had a recent discussion about office space needed for the city, for city staff. You know, and I do agree with Mark, you know, if it's something that it's not going to be feasible to take the burden off the taxpayers, then, you know, it's a no-go. But we'll never sometimes find these things out if we don't really stop to think about what are the options that are out there. You know, we can kill every project moving forward and say, now's not the right time. But when is going to be the right time? And unfortunately, staff will have to utilize their time and energy to be able to look at some of these projects if we want to make an impact, whether it's looking for office space or used office space or coming up with some kind of development agreement through a third party. My question would be, Rosie, do we have any interest from a third party right now that is maybe on the table that could be in conversations that could that's wanting to possibly assist with this building or needing something like that?
We do, actually. We have some very exciting potential opportunities that we're just not quite at a point. We have talked about that. You are correct in closed session, and we're just not quite at a point where we can talk about that in open session. But we do have some very exciting prospects that would like to see this building come up from the ground and would like to inhabit it. So I think there is some real potential there. Absolutely.
Okay. So you have that factor, and then you also have the factor that we as a city are looking for our own space, and, you know, going half and half, of course, would be able to benefit as far as the cost of buildings and infrastructure and all that design. But then again, we would be tied in a lease if we don't own it ourselves. And we also have to look at, it is within a TERS, like the mayor says, and how that would actually benefit in the long run if it's already being, if whatever buildings are there, it's going to be taxed towards the TERS anyway. So it's a matter of figuring out all those concepts there. But I think it's just a matter of us on the dais. We're going to need to decide, do we just want to go ahead and just table this and squash this and leave it for another day or for another year? But then does that also leave us with a failed opportunity to be able to bring something forward that we could utilize as far as the city goes? Something we need to think about.
Well, I'd like to add too that I have complete confidence that Rosie can handle this in addition to any other task we might put before her. She's been a tremendous asset since she's come on board, and I have complete confidence in her.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Councilmember Goza?
Rosie, how are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
I had a question about the traffic flows going through there. So if we're going to have 142 parking spots, what's that going to do to the traffic in that area potentially?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right now. It's something that we would look at as part of the conversation that we would have through the E&A process. We would work closely with our transportation staff. This space and the network, the street network, I will say, has been designed for an office building of this kind. So I have to imagine that that was taken into consideration, but there hasn't been any specific conversation on transportation or traffic impacts because we are not to that point yet. That would be part of the next phase.
Have we had any feedback from the community, especially the people that live in that in that area, on how they might perceive having an office building? I mean, I know it's been built in the plans, but have we gotten citizen feedback?
Again, not to that. We're just not to that point yet.
Okay. Those were my questions. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Zapata.
So I think I agree with the mayor and Councilman McKinney in the sense that I do think anything that we put here, I want it to be revenue generating. So I think because of that, I have a little bit of concerns if we were to use it like a staff space because that's valuable opportunity in like real estate for us to be able to generate some income. With that being said, I've mentioned a few times on this dais the need for affordable workspace programming and like leasing options. I was wondering if there was a way in which, if we entered this ENA, if we could explore creating something that would allow us to submit for grant opportunities, whether that's through HUD or the Small Business Administration, or even working alongside the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, to allow us to find funding to have a set amount of whatever percentage or number of businesses that are going to be like on that retail area as set aside for local businesses and local entrepreneurs to rent out at an affordable rate. And like I said, I would want that to be grant funded because I do want this to be like a net positive cash flow. But just as we're considering the ENA, what are things that we can write into there to make sure that we can then build a really, really viable grant application?
We can certainly talk to the development team. I don't know if they have any thoughts about that right now, but I think that's something we can explore as we have conversations through a potential ENA process.
Okay, thank you. I just know that residents are falling on hard times. Whatever we can do to help support them, especially if we can get federal funding for it, I think would be amazing.
Absolutely.
So what I kind of hear is from consensus, if we're going to move forward, no property tax abatements, no city lease commitment, and that's just to protect the taxpayers, and then include affordable workspace. And then I would like to see that there's no cost incurred by the city. The cost is going to be picked up by the developer, since we're going to have the land.
So I think that, again, I'm hearing all of this as direction for how we would look at and evaluate this, and we would take that into consideration as we go through this process. But those are the exact kind of questions that we need to be able to sit down and talk about with our development partner. And this is approval of this item. It opens the door for us to be able to have those kind of conversations.
Okay, well, with that, I'd like to approve agenda item number 12.
Second.
I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Right.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right.
Joe?
All right, up next, we have agenda item 13. Consider approval of a resolution adopting the City of Kyle Public Art Master Plan. Item presenter, Will Atkinson. Good to see you, Will.
You too.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. As stated, my name is Will Atkinson. I'm the Park Planning and Project Manager for the City of Kyle. We're excited to bring forward to y'all tonight and your consideration the City of Kyle's first public art master plan. The plan establishes a foundational framework to guide how public art is planned, funding opportunities, and how art integrates into our public spaces over time, supporting placemaking, cultural identity, and long-term community value. The plan is a result of thoughtful collaboration with the community, City Council, the Arts and Cultural Board, and the Parks and Recreation Board. In a moment, our consultant will provide an overview and highlight the plan's key components, and then I will return at the conclusion of the presentation to address any questions. And with that, I'd like to invite up the city's consultant, Mr. Todd Bressey.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Todd Bressey, and I am a public art consultant. I'm based in Philadelphia, and I've been working with the City of Kyle for just about a year now to develop the plan that's been presented to you for consideration tonight. I work across some of the council members I've not addressed before, so I'll take a moment to say I work across the country, working with cities like Kyle, bigger cities, smaller cities, helping them develop strategies for bringing art to their communities. In Texas, I've worked a lot in the Metroplex, at Fort Worth, in Louisville, some of the other suburban communities, and just recently completed a project in El Paso. I also worked with the Austin Art and Public Places and the Trail Conservancy to do an art strategy for the Butler Trail. So I'm I'm pleased to be in a new part of Texas to work on this project. And thank you. I thank you for inviting me to Kyle. It is always an honor and a privilege to be invited to work with the community to help them achieve their goals. Thank you for letting me introduce myself for a moment. What we'd like to do this evening is review the central recommendations of the plan, as well as how this plan addresses comments that we received since I came and spoke to council in November. This is the final step of the process, which again began last May. We completed research and engagement phases last fall, briefed council on our recommendations in November. Since then, we've received additional feedback from council members, city staff, and the Arts and Cultural Board, and the Parks and Recreational Board. And tonight, we are presenting the final plan for your consideration, discussion, and hopefully for your approval. This slide highlights the different ways that we reached out to stakeholders in the community. This included a community survey with nearly 350 responses. And if you haven't heard this news flash before, that's more responses than we received in El Paso about the same time. So congratulations to Kyle. We issued questionnaires to members of the Arts and Cultural Board, conducted numerous internal and external interviews, including with several council members, and a focus group with Kaz during one of my visits in town. This is a bit more information about how we approached engagement with citizens. We relied heavily on the city's communications team and their tools, as well as in-person pop-up activities in busy locations and at community events. And though I presented our findings more extensively to council previously, I'd like to repeat the headline, which is that there was an overwhelming amount of support for the city to continue building its work in the public art realm. More than 2/3 of the respondents were supportive of that. Largely, they were excited about how public art could transform the city, add something fresh, distinctive, new. A little less than a third expressed concerns about this. They stressed that whatever happened should happen within the context of fiscal responsibility. Some were concerned that that public art could be divisive and urged processes that would prevent that. And a very small percentage of people, probably fewer than 5%, said the city should focus on other things.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Of course, thank you.
Could we really do like a crosswalk that said Kyle? No, I was afraid of that. Okay, I thought I just heard like San Marcos got in trouble for that, or they had to paint it. But that would be phenomenal, and that would be so like non-divisive.
Councilmember Harris, were you thinking of roadways, like public roadways? Correct. Yes. I don't. Things are in flux right now about state guidance and state rules, and I personally am not up to date on those. But I do know the city of Louisville has done some crosswalks not on roads, like in library parking lots and things like that. And so, there's always a chance to be a little creative and maybe solve those problems. This is a timeline of the review of the recommendations and plan development that's occurred with city staff. It includes the meetings we held with the Arts and Cultural Board, the Parks and Recreation Board, and Council this fall, all of whom we consulted in the development of this final plan. These are the key questions that council members raised when I came to address you in November, and the presentation today will discuss responses to these questions that council raised. So now I'd like to go back to the beginning and provide you with an overview of the proposed public art plan. Every public art plan has to answer 3 questions. The first question which you have to answer is, why is the city doing this? Why is it important to the city? Why is it something that city government should be involved with? Then the plan has to outline what are the community's priorities, what are its opportunities, and what would be the most important things to do. That could be kinds of projects, that could be locations. And then finally, a plan has to describe the processes the city will use to commission public art. How will projects be funded? How will they be managed? And how will decisions be made? And even though that's technical, that's actually one of the most important components of a plan, to have processes in place so things move along smoothly. Another way of putting this is that this plan, as Will said, is a foundation. It's a framework for Kyle to align whatever it chooses to do with public art with the community's goals and its growth. It provides direction about where to look for projects, how to fund them, and how to implement them. But I'd like to stress that this plan does not commit to specific projects. What this plan does is create a process for deciding about them. Decisions about specific projects would be made by council in the course of approving budgets and projects like parks and other kinds of public infrastructure. And a public art plan also is separate from other kinds of arts and culture issues, such as performing arts, events, cultural facilities, cultural programs, which I know there's interest in Kyle, and those might be the subject of a broader arts and culture plan that Kyle might want to undertake one day in the future. So the first question is why? Kyle's vision for public art answers the question of why public art's important to Kyle. And the answer to that is that public art can be part of what conveys Kyle's identity, and it can help beautify the city. Public art can help Kyle tell its story to itself and to the world at large, which is really important at this critical moment as the city is growing. It wants to remember and hold on to where it came from. It wants to know who it is now, and it wants to express its vision for the future. So public art can create anchors in a rapidly changing city. It can support the quality of life, and it can support the city's efforts to attract more development. The mission simply means that Kyle will do this in two main ways. One is by commissioning, creating public art on its own, and also using its tools to incentivize the private sector to do the same. The goals are a bit more of focus statements about what are the specific things the city will try to accomplish. And these are really, some of these are really driven by other city policies and by the feedback we got from the public. These include making sure that public art really is expressive of what Kyle is and who Kyle is and what it's all about, focusing on things that enhance residents' quality of life in places where people go in a community kind of way, like parks and recreational facilities. The city's recently approved Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan discusses the role of public art in parks, and it has an overarching mission about equity, innovation, connectivity, and accessibility that public art can support. And again, there's a strong desire in Kyle that what happens with public art engages local residents and helps to strengthen the city's own kind of creative life. The second thing the plan talks about is where Kyle's opportunities are. And again, Kyle's at a very important moment in its history because it is looking at the construction of a lot of infrastructure, parks. We're talking about roads earlier this evening. It has a lot of opportunities in front of it. There are three, the plan recommends that the city look at three paths. One is related to things the city builds. The second is to look at public art and investments that are made for economic development. And the third is to organize projects that really relate to and directly support the community. These are not mutually exclusive paths. They all help achieve different goals. And what's important to remember, at any given moment, you can decide to move quickly or you can decide to move slowly along these paths. If there's a great opportunity in front of you, you can put your foot on the gas pedal. If resources are tight, you can slow down, because this is a framework that outlines processes. So what I'm going to do, what I'd like to do next is explain what each of these paths might look like in Kyle. By civic works, I mean the things Kyle builds, and you're upgrading and building a lot of park. You're really reimagining and reinventing your park system. You also have plans to build an extensive trail or vibe system. The thing to think about in these situations is that public art isn't always a standalone feature like a sculpture in an entryway. It can actually be a functional element or a decorative element, like these features here. At the bottom of this slide is a list of elements that are commonly in parks that could actually be designed as art projects by artists, like a like a garden or a contemplative garden, or even a spray park that is decorated with mosaics. There are also opportunities in trails and vibes. The key is always to think about the opportunities when you are designing the park, planning and designing the park, so that you can ensure budget savings, construction efficiencies, and stronger outcomes. The city's also building lots of transportation infrastructures, and so there's a lot of opportunities related to that kind of construction that the city does. Here, selectivity and again, forward planning is important to help create cost efficiencies and minimize complications to construction. I love this project in San Antonio. I've seen bridges like this in Kyle, where they simply created a space for an artist to install a simple artwork on a bridge. The other type of city construction is city facilities. This could include, for example, new administrative spaces or recreation centers. I believe tonight you are considering a master plan for the library system. So if the library expands in place, if it establishes a branch, if it retrofits spaces, those could be opportune times to consider public art, like these examples here, a beautifully designed wall in a youth library in New York, or art in the garden that's outside the library now. The second leg of the stool is economic development. Kyle's economic development strategies are set out in a way that makes it easy to imagine how public art could support those strategies in the overall development of the city. There are 5 types of opportunities that we identified, each of which might follow a different process and funding strategy. Those would include vibe locations, the destination areas that are outlined in the economic development strategy, key facilities, focus industries, and then local commercial development all present particular kinds of opportunities. These are some ideas about how public art can go with can be related to economic development, such as at the 2 on the left are a convention center and hotel, parking garages, and then on the right is a large industrial building, which you occasionally have here, which is that was built by Google, and they put murals on the side of some of their larger buildings. Projects like this would definitely enhance Kyle's profile as a destination, thereby supporting its overall economic development strategies. You can imagine a day when every visitor to Kyle encounters public art and remembers it as what makes Kyle a unique place for them to come and visit. For projects like this, small budgets for public art could be folded into the overall project budgets, particularly if work is integrated as it is in these images. The third leg is community projects, and these would be projects that are oriented to community participation, local artists, places that are heavily used by the community, such as downtown. These projects could allow for partnerships with nonprofit community organizations, schools, and businesses, and can tap directly into the creativity of artists at all levels of experience. What the plan outlines is a process for catalyzing these projects through an application and review process. It sets out a process and criteria that could be used for members of the public, for members of the Arts and Cultural Board to propose projects. Taking all of these opportunities into consideration, here's a map of where public art might be located in Kyle related to particular parks and economic development projects, vibe locations, and other infrastructure. This is just a beginning. Each project would have to be evaluated individually as it moves through planning, design, budgeting processes. But what this shows is that overall, these strategies would give the city the opportunity to distribute public art projects into all areas of the city. The final section of the plan covers how how the city would implement public art projects. It outlines potential funding approaches and revenue streams. It outlines, how the program would be managed. At the outset, probably by Parks and Recreation staff, with an internal city staff working group, and with the Arts and Cultural Board playing an advisory role. That's pretty much how the art projects that have occurred in Kyle have been created already. It describes how staff would develop an annual plan for the city's art projects, as well as specific plans for each project that's undertaken that would outline goals, budget, schedule, and artist selection processes, which would help with internal coordination and, very importantly, would help with accountability. This section also outlines guidelines for common public art processes. Council, you see maintenance here. Council asked about that last time, so I will speak about that in just a moment. It also, I didn't list it here, but it also would cover processes for receiving donations of artwork. The plan includes several charts like this, which summarize how decision-making processes would work and who's responsible for key decisions, such as selecting artists. In general, what the plan recommends is that council's involvement would largely be fiscal. It would approve budgets, and most operational decisions would be made by the city manager, who could bring any decision to council at their discretion if they felt it was a decision that council should be looking at. In terms of maintenance, the plan outlines a broad approach. Maintenance would be considered even when an artist is creating a project to make sure that, to avoid the use of materials and fabrication methods that could cause problems down the road. So the best maintenance plan is a preventative maintenance plan. Each project could be assigned a specific lifespan beyond which the city can decide not to keep it, so the city would not be obligated to keep an artwork beyond its useful life. That's actually an emerging practice in the field across the country. The plan describes regular inspection processes, and it also outlines how to develop a reserve fund from each project budget that could be used for repairs. The council, last time I was here, asked a bit about private development. In terms of collaboration with private developers and businesses, there are several potential paths. In some cases, the city could ask that public art be included in a project, for example, when it is selling or leasing land or providing economic development incentives. In some cases, the city could incentivize public art, such as through alternative options for fulfilling design requirements. So, for example, if the city had a requirement for facade enhancements on a parking garage, that could be fulfilled with public art. And in some cases, the city might provide mini grants for small businesses that wish to create artwork, such as murals or exhibitions inside or outside their building. So if a coffee shop wanted to have a mural on its inside wall, perhaps there could be a way to support that. Whoops. Here's what you would expect to see happening if this plan were adopted. First, Parks and Recreation staff, with the manager's guidance, would organize and begin facilitating an interdepartmental public art work group to identify and discuss near-term and long-term opportunities in more detail. Parks and Recreation staff, working with the Arts and Cultural Board, would develop an annual public art work plan, which would look at possible projects for the next year and potential projects for the future. As city projects such as parks and other kinds of facilities and infrastructure move forward, staff would work with the consultants to identify opportunities for public art in those projects, and as those move forward through your review and approval, a determination would be made as to whether public art should be part of them. Again, the key points of the plan are to outline 3 tracks for thinking about public art in Kyle, related to what the city builds, its economic development strategies, and community projects. The plan explains how Kyle can encourage and incentivize public art and private development. It creates a process for community proposals for public art, and it outlines processes through which projects can be managed, clearly defined processes through which projects can be managed. It outlines how public art can be managed, the current configuration, and then in the future by staff and the Arts and Cultural Board. It identifies what resources the city could consider, and outlines processes for collaboration and accountability through an interdepartmental public art working group, annual work plans, and project plans. I should say also, the plan reflects several of the goals or principles of the city's comprehensive plan, namely building Kyle's civic identity, and also the principle of fiscal responsibility and resilience, in the sense that the plan creates an incremental approach to determining which projects you will do. In conclusion, I'd like to say that based on the conversations and the feedback and input we got from the community, it's clear to me that even though there are hard decisions and challenges to be made in the city, and challenges, that public art can be a binding force. It can ground the city in its past, present, and future. It can connect people across generations and across neighborhoods. It can reflect the best of Kyle's traditions, its desire for connection, and its forward thinking, and therefore is an opportunity to help you lay the groundwork for the creation of assets that will serve the community in the future. And I will turn it back to Will, or Chris, who will discuss the formal part of this, the adoption process, and the resolution in front of him.
Chris Escoto, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. So as Todd mentioned, there's quite a bit of public engagement that was had for this, and ultimately tonight we're seeking final resolution approval for council to consider. So there's two options in front of you: either approve the resolution to adopt the Kyle Public Art Master Plan, or option two, do not approve. And staff recommends the following options, and I stand for any questions you guys may have.
All right, do we have any questions, comments? I will say I love the fact that this doesn't put art in a specific place, that it allows us to choose that. I'm excited for this. Like, I remember when we voted to approve to even have an art commission. So this is a big step forward, and I appreciate your presentation, and I appreciate staff's work. I'm stoked. Anybody? Councilmember Tobias? No? All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I sat with him when we were going in with when former Councilmember Zuniga and I were there, and we did a little survey where what we feel or what we like to see in art in different places, whether it's in libraries or in parks or in other areas. So we got to kind of get with the times and bring something forward with our art programs, and start showing a little bit more of that for our city. So I'm excited just as much as you are. So I'm in full support.
All right, Councilmember Zapata?
And I just want to say thank you so much. And I appreciate the quick turnaround also, because I know I was one of the last to provide some feedback. And so I just appreciate the very quick response and editing of it. And I love the fact that throughout all of this, you can also tell that there is a lot of desire for emphasizing local artists and local support. And so that is something that I really, really appreciate, because it also sets us up for grant funding. So I'm really excited about that opportunity as well. So just thank you so much for your work on this.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 13.
Second.
All right, I have a motion made by myself, seconded by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? Item passes 7-0. Congratulations and thank you, guys. All right, up next, we have agenda item 14. Thank you. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a construction contract with Cash Construction Company, Inc., a Mass Tech company, for the Center Street Off-System Improvements Project in the amount of $21,227,083.94, plus a 10% contingency of $2,122,708.39, for a total contract amount not to exceed $23,349,792.33, based on an RFP 2022 RB 03A. Item presenter, Mike Trumbull.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation and Public Works. So yes, this is a contract award for the Center Street Off-System Project. This is a part of the 2022 road bond. No, thank you. Part of the 2022 road bond program, which included 8 transportation projects. And this project will improve Center Street from Old Stagecoach Road to Veterans Drive. And here's an overview of the project. And again, it's a part of that Old Stagecoach kind of family of projects that are improving from Center Street all the way up to Old Stagecoach. This existing 3-lane section will be improved by widening the center lane to enhance operations, but several improvements in this package. It include intersection improvements at Center Street and Old Stagecoach, sidewalk and vibe trail improvements, vibe trail on the north side, sidewalk on the south side. Of course, roadway illumination and drainage infrastructure. A significant amount of utility improvements and relocation would be happening as part of this project as well. And obviously a lot of traffic congestion and transportation benefits, safety benefits as well associated with this project. Just some of the background on this, in addition to the design history on this, we did issue the request for proposals as we wrapped up design at the end of 2025. Issued the request for proposals, which is a best value selection methodology for this construction on January 5th. And then we got those proposals back on March 19th. So just a little overview of the schedule. So as I mentioned, final design was in December. If we award contract tonight, or if you award contract tonight, we would look to move into construction phase probably by the summer in the next couple of months, and then construction would continue through 2028. We did also note in this graphic that the utility part of that, utility construction would come first and relocation would come first, and then the actual roadway construction. And as you can see, the utility is a big part, the construction and relocation is a big part of that timeline. So again, scope of work, several parts, components of the improvements, a lot of, in addition to the roadway, a lot of drainage improvements along with this, a lot of utility improvements along with this, which is again, just adding to the timeline and the complexity of the project. When you do projects like this that are more of a retrofit within an existing roadway, there's additional complications. Some of the projects that are just say air quotes easier to do are those greenfield projects. So Cullish to Seton, again, didn't have quite the same issues when you're dealing with a lot of things that are there. It just adds to the complexity, and then again, just adding to the timeline and the overall cost of the projects. Just want to make sure I noted that. This will be the 4th project that will go to construction in the road bond, so we are making some good progress on getting this road bond into construction and completed. And then we're actually not going to do a groundbreaking ceremony. We're going to focus on ribbon cutting ceremonies from now on, and just make sure everybody's aware that when we're breaking ground, and we'll give notifications of that progress. And then we mentioned the RFP being issued, and then we got 6 responsible bidders back, and then that included Cash Construction, Smith Construction, or Smith Contracting, Capital Excavation, Pack Saddle, Aaron Concrete, and Jordan Foster. We had 3 components to our evaluation criteria: the contractor's experience and qualifications for a max of 25 points, the proposed schedule, which is a max of 15 points, and then the price, which is a max of 60 points, so a large component of that evaluation. So based on that evaluation, Cash Construction was a successful proposer, looking across those aspects of contract, price, qualifications, and the schedule. So based on that evaluation, and they are in fact the lowest bidder as well. The project cost would be $21,227,083.94 with a 10% contingency. So total contract amount we're requesting tonight is $23,349,792.33. So council action requested is to consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a construction contract with Cash Construction for the Center Street office improvements in the amount that I just mentioned, for a total contract amount not to exceed $23,349,792.33 based on RFP 2022 RB-03A. Options are to approve or to deny, and staff is recommending approval of the contract.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns? Oh,
Yes.
Tobias.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This is part of the road bond. What was the original allotted price tag that we had for this back in 22? We were figuring, what was it, 25 million for this? 20.
They don't have that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the original estimate was. I think that the recent estimate that we had as we were getting through design was it 19? Or 17, was it 17?
Yeah,
17, yeah, so we're a few million
17,
over
okay.
that. And again, that's based on some of the complexities of the utility and drainage and some of the other things we're doing as part of this project that were incorporated in.
Okay, and we've gotten with PEC, we've gotten with the cable companies and everything like that, and as far as our utilities for public works and anything to where, because if we award this and we start digging, there's gonna be a lot of pipes, a lot of wiring, a lot of underground stuff that's been there for since the beginning of time. Just letting you know that, a lot of old pipes, so I just want to make sure that we have enough. If we were to go to design, if we go to construction, we're gonna be able to have enough to be able to fulfill that, so we don't end up like we did in Burleson. You know, that took forever because we ran across a culvert that needed replacing or piping and all that. I know that's gonna be hard to go with, but I think that's part of what the underground utilities is about, correct? We're getting some of those cables buried. We've worked with the third-party companies to make sure that we're on track and we stay with them, making sure that they're buried correctly and so forth, correct?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. So a lot of that coordination with the telecoms and the utilities occurred through our PS&E phase. And so, and again, that adds to the time of just getting that completed. But a lot of that work has been done. It has been done. And so we actually also got a very detailed schedule proposal from the submitters, the contractors, including this one, Cash. And we were able to walk through that. And I think we're very comfortable with how they've laid things out and how they're going to be approaching this.
Any residents are going to be affected on, I mean, obviously they are, but any other setbacks do you think you might have run across that you can think of that we can address now?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously, this is, pretty, in-depth roadway construction and utility relocation. It's obviously going to be a disruption, but we've taken good care to work with the design team and the contractors on a good traffic control plan. We are going to maintain traffic moving through this corridor, and that's actually adding to some of the timeline is so we can maintain transportation and access while we're doing this project as we move forward. Rick, I don't know if you want to speak to any more of that, but I think we've tried to address a lot of those kind of key issues, trying to minimize the footprint for the actual construction zones. I know we've been working with Hometown Kyle, for example, on trying to mitigate that, and we've had a lot of conversations with them on that. So we've been trying to work through that all through PS&E phase.
Okay, yeah, perfect, because, it's going to be near a school, and it's going to be, I'm looking at the timeline, we're going to be starting this construction, if approved through, it's going to be middle of this year, actually the end of this year when we start construction. I think it's October. I'm looking at it here, 26, and then
Actually,
full swing in 27.
yeah, actually starting construction, the utility relocation is going to start, as Mike had mentioned, here in the summer, so the early part of summer.
Yeah.
So initially, there'd be a lot of utility relocation work before we get into the heart of the actual roadway work. And kind of to answer your question as far as the disturbances, obviously, we're going to be coordinating and assisting the contractor to coordinate with the property owners, and all the property owners will be, their access will be maintained throughout the duration of construction, so nobody's not going to have access. There may be a temporary drive while we're, constructing their permanent drive or something like that along the way, but we will maintain that access and certainly coordinate thoroughly with each of them.
And as long, and if we can continue to be proactive and work with our public communications department to really stress, either it's on Facebook or it's on Channel 10, whatever, that this is coming online, and we're giving direction as far as road closures and routes and so forth, so that way they can be pre-planned ahead. I know we're looking at utilities underground in the summer, but I know when I'm looking at the schedule here, as far as the actual road construction, it's going to start like right at the beginning of the school year. And so, I mean, I know we've been talking about this for a while now. We've been telling residents, get ready. We're going to be orange cones all over the place. That's going to be our ornaments, our Christmas ornaments all around the place. But I mean, it's getting real now. So it's just as long as we're staying proactive and advising residents, advising HOAs, finding alternate routes, and we can stay on top of this. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just so you know, we did an actual block walk, I think about a month ago. So going to each resident and providing information. So, I mean, it's ongoing, it's active. We understand, the complexity and the sensitivity of the work that's ongoing. So we'll be sure to maintain, our communication as the project goes on.
Okay. Councilmember Zapata?
And I think piggybacking off of that, is there a formal letter that we can send out that we can mail to residents to let them know exactly like what the plans are as of now, along with like a small directory of like who they can contact if they have issues with X, Y, or Z, just so that way they feel more at ease as everything begins, so that way they understand, okay, if I have an issue with this, I know I have a designated contact to be able to reach out to about it, because I don't want us to run into issues where residents are going unheard. But I'm really excited for this to come online as well, because I've heard from a lot of residents in that area that are worried about drainage concerns. And so I know that this will start to alleviate a lot of those issues. So I'm really excited about that. But yeah, just for the communication, if we could not just stick to online, because not everyone is online, and then also just something like they can like keep on their fridge, as well. So if they need emergency contacts, they have those there.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember. And so we've actually established as part of our CIP program some communication protocols like that. So like door hangers and getting information out about the project, when we're going to go to construction, what's going to be happening. But I think for this project, we'll probably enhance that a little bit. And then we'll offer, to meet with residents as we need to, homeowner associations, whoever, to talk about as things are going to be happening. Because I know there's going to be a lot of concern about, well, what is this going to mean for me? Am I going to be able to have access to my house, my driveway? What roads are going to be closed, or what lanes are going to be closed when? We know that, and it's going to be very dynamic, and so we will stay on top of that and make sure that we're getting out proactively. And I've already talked to Linda and our comms team about that. They're ready to support us in that as
I
well.
had a feeling, but I just wanted to say it just in case.
It could be a team effort.
I have a few questions, because we're going to this is going to be negotiate and execute a construction contract. So, and that's going to be you, correct, Mr. Langley? City attorney, okay. So things that I would like to see in there. I would like to see a clause to encourage or to deter two things: change orders and timelines. So this is 23 million plus. It's a large money. And what does concern me is it's the cheapest one. So I'm not opposed to going to, one that was a little bit more expensive, but with less change orders, because those change orders add up. And so I just want to make sure that when we're going into this and we're spending $23 million, that we are not going to add an additional $1 or $2 more million to this.
I definitely understand the concern, Mayor. And what I will say is it's hard to say that change orders won't happen because, again, with an existing roadway, and there's a lot of, and Mayor Pro Tem mentioned this, there's a lot of things that already exist. We've tried to account for everything we could and taken a lot of care in our PS&E phase. But if we hit some type of issue or just something we didn't account for, we're going to have to address that. That's what the contingency is for. And so we try to capture that amount in the contingency. So what I will say is we're going to do our best to, if there are any changes, that we captured that in that contingency. And so we've had a pretty good track record of doing that so far in our projects. And so I'm hoping we can do that on this project as well. So I don't know what we could do in the contract on that. It's hard to say that we're not going to have those, and I hate to hamstring the contractor too much to say like you can't have any of those, because we just know at these construction projects some things are going to come up here and there. But what I can say is we'll try to minimize those as best as possible with the contractor.
I think just my 2 cents on that is you will have change orders on a project this large because there will be unanticipated things that are discovered in underneath the pavement and some of the utilities that we find. But that's what, as Mike mentioned, that's what the contingency is for, is to cover those change orders. And each one of those change orders we'll be looking at with our GEC and our engineers to see, was that something that is truly out of scope or out of the design that was being considered? Or is it something that's just being asked for by the contractor? And so that's what a due diligence that we do on any kind of change order that we get, to make sure it's truly unanticipated, was not part of the design, was not part of the scope that was bid. If it's part of the bid and part of the scope, then we're not approving that change order, right? It's all part of that. So it's truly things that would find unusual, things that are not in the contract or in the design. But That's how we've approached it. Anything over 1 penny over that $23 million figure, I'm not going to read it all again that Mike mentioned, anything over that has to come back to the council for approval.
Correct. I understand that, but the contingency is $2.1 million. I don't want to see $3 or $4 million. That's my concern.
Understood.
So what can we put in there? I'm not, and to be fair, I didn't mean the contingency, and I should have prefaced with that. That's going to happen. What I don't want to see is $4 million, or to go over 6 months, 8 months, whatever.
Right, nope.
So what can we set in place to encourage good behavior or to discourage bad behavior? It happens all the times in cities and contracts, and this question's for Amy. So if I could have her help out.
We have a standard construction contract template that we use for our road bond projects. We've been using since we started the road bond. It is generally provided at the time of the solicitation, so the contractor has seen this contract, is my understanding. We do include information about what qualifies as a change order and what does not. We have information about times, delays, all of that sort of typical thing you see in a construction project, but as they said, we can't stop them completely. There is something, there could be something that happened when they open up the road to do some work, so we'll
Let me preface with this. I have lived through La Verde Park, and I'm going to look at Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. He knows darn good and well what I'm talking about.
I was about to say, I'm perfectly willing to stick up for you, Mayor, on this one, because I'm sure you've got some PTSD from
Major.
From your past term, because it's felt like there was
every other meeting was
a change order after change order after change order.
So what I'm asking for,
that being said,
it should be doable, because the things that I'm saying, we don't want $4 million over, should be agreeable to an extent, you know what I mean? I feel like for a long time, we've just allowed things to go a little bit longer or things to go over, which is why I don't like the change orders. I know we had something on the agenda last time. It was the 27th change order, and it was the first change order to that one. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, and that's because we need a clear idea of what these costs are moving forward. So if you bring to us $23 million max, that's what we expect. So we're trying to protect our taxpayer dollars however we can. Can we find out if there's other cities that implement this kind of verbiage? I find it hard to believe that they don't, somebody doesn't do it.
Right, like I said, we have language about what
I get what you're saying.
qualifies and what doesn't. So, so if it's in the scope, it does not qualify as a change order. It has to be a new issue that comes up as part of the work.
And that's in the contract?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're using that we're all thinking the same terms, because what we're saying is there is a maximum of the contingency, and the contingency would only be used with change orders that are submitted, that are verified and determined to be necessary and outside of the bid documents that were included. So that's what that contingency amount is meant to cover, the change orders that we would expect to have of a project of this magnitude. But I think, Mayor, what you're saying, and totally 100% agree with it, is we should not exceed that amount. That amount is
That's my ask,
the
yes.
amount, and I think that's maybe what we're saying is that maximum amount is what we're going to build the project for. If for some reason we have a contractor that can't perform, they're not doing the things that they need to be doing, they're having issues, we can cancel that contract and we could look at going with someone else if we needed to do that. They have to still perform even once the contract is let and do the things that they're being asked to do. And then it's our job to manage that. And if there is a problem with actually managing that project in that fashion, to bring that back to you with an action plan of how to get them back on track. And I think that would be, I came in the middle and I perhaps still have some PTSD on that same project you mentioned. I think that was an issue with how that project was managed. And there was a contractor issue and some other things that were going on, but the management of the project is key to make sure you have good project managers on top of that. And I think between Mike and Rick and the teams underneath them, we believe that we have the teams that can help manage this responsibly.
Well, and just to talk about the change order process a little bit, just for your information. So, basically that change order amount, or that the contingency amount is, we control that bucket of funding. That's not given to the contractor. To Brian's point, is we have a contracted amount for them. They've offered that, but they proposed that. They have the contract terms and conditions. They have the scope. the schedule, everything. So we'll set a contract based on that. We'll verify the schedule, but then we control that funding. So they'll actually have to apply for any changes. And then we have a chance at that point to review, to Brian's point, if it's a reasonable request, or if there's some issues with that. And we've had those kind of conversations already multiple times with contractors. I will also tell you, on the Colors and BB project, we actually had the contractor propose value engineering or adding costs back to the project, saying, hey, we could do something for a cheaper amount. We think we can add money back to the project. And so we've actually had some of those things too. So again, those are the things we'll work out as we sit down with the contractor and work through the specifics to get into the contract.
Right, that's exactly why I brought it up, yeah. And I'd also like to see the contract, make sure that that contract comes back to us. We don't have to approve it, but I would like to see it.
Sure.
Councilmember Zapata, did you have something?
Yes, so I have seen other use cases where there is some sort of like penalties worked into contracts generally for like non-performance, poor performance. And I don't think that's standard language. And I know that with these, it becomes extremely difficult because it's very complex, so a lot of moving parts. But I wonder if in those different examples that, like, I've been able to find just like with simple Google searches, if there is language that we can adopt that at least ensures like, hey, if someone truly is like poorly performing, we're able to put some sort of penalty, place some sort of penalty on that.
So we require performance and payment bonds on all of our construction contracts. That is required by state law. It's also good practice. If they're not performing, we can file against the bond company. Bond company then has to do the project for the maximum contract price. There's also liquidated damages generally included in construction contracts, so those will cover delays, failure to meet our timeline, essentially. So
When was
there
the
are
last
options.
time that like we ever actually had that happen or like enforced that?
Liquidated damages, not since I've been here.
We should have.
Okay.
But that does not mean that doesn't mean that we had the opportunity and didn't. It could mean that in the 2.5 years I've been here, it just hasn't been.
Well, just
such a
maybe
severe
moving
performance
forward, we
issue.
can just try to look for some of that verbiage, because it is important not only to us to make sure that our projects get done on time, but also to our residents, so they understand that we have these expectations, and there's no shame in that. Like, we should be able to say, yeah, we need to make sure our contractors are holding up to these dates, and if you don't, then there'll be penalties. That happens all the time, and I'm okay with that. Hopefully, if they're not, then maybe they're not the right fit for our city.
No, I understand. And one of the things that I've been working on, but it is a time-consuming project, is revamping the construction contract as well to try to, as much as possible, minimize risk on the city and ensure that we're covering all of our needs. But construction contracts, our GCs are over 100 pages, so it is a time-consuming effort, and it's finding time in our day to bring a fully vetted new contract forward.
Yeah, and the last thing that I wanted to add was on the change orders that come back to us, is there a way in which there's like some sort of standard like one pager that's written out about like, hey, this is what the conversation around this change order has been, and if there's like any applicable like photos or like documents that are associated as to like why we need it, for example, like if they found something and they were like, hey, this is the reason why we're asking for this, just so that way we can ensure residents that this is the reason why, and like there's documentation and like photo evidence in some instances of it.
Well, there's change order documentation, and we can make sure that contains that kind of backup, so.
Yeah, I think
kind
that
of
would.
history, so.
Also, I do want to mention, we have inspectors on site and for these projects that come out daily and check, what work's being performed, if there are issues identified, what those issues are. They do a lot of progress photos and everything like that. So yes, to your point, we have that documentation. And so depending on the type of change order, we'll have more or less depending on the scale, the complexity of it. But yes, we can.
Yeah, I think it would just help tell the story, just to better visually see it and explain why and where this money is going towards. All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you.
One thing I wanted to add as far as the schedule, you asked the question about the schedule. This is what we refer to as a calendar day project. So they have X number of calendar days. I think it's like 930 calendar days to reach substantial completion and 960. That's different from some contracts where it's a working day. You could have good weather, bad weather, or whatever. I mean, this is 930 days substantial, 960 days to get to final acceptance. And if they don't achieve that, there are as mentioned, there would be liquidated damages associated with that. So just want to let you know that we have some kind of a definitive set date that we can say, okay, we're going to reach final on this day. So we can say that once we execute the contract. So.
All right. Well, with that, I'd like to, oh wait, I have a Councilmember Goza.
Did we ever get the traffic engineering reports for the roundabout?
Yeah, I believe we provided those to you. The planning engineering study that had the traffic analysis for this project, including those intersections.
Okay, because I know a resident had expressed concern to me that when she attended one of the meetings, she was told that the roundabout was not necessary at that intersection.
Wait, this has a roundabout in it? Which one is it?
It's at the very end. It's where.
Stagecoach and Center. Yeah,
Stagecoach and Center.
I think there was a slip lane maybe that was decided that didn't have to go.
Yeah, they might have been referring to the slip lane. There was a slip lane initially proposed. We went back and took a look at it. Now that we have a traffic engineer on staff, and we determined that the roundabout could still function effectively without the slip lane. And I think the concern was impacts to the property, some of the properties at the corner. And so we were able to mitigate some of those impacts by removing that slip lane. That might have been the issue that was discussed.
Well, I don't think we received the traffic report for that.
Okay,
Is this the one that we have to ask council for permission for? I've requested.
This one's part of the Pape Dawson
Yeah,
documents, and I think we did provide all of that
But we
information
can
to you.
provide it again. We just
Yeah,
make sure
if
you
you
have
could
it.
just find it and
Sure.
send it back, that would be fantastic. All right. With that said, I make a motion to approve agenda item 14.
Second.
I got a motion by myself, second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, passes 7-0. Thank you, guys. Up next, we have agenda item 15.
Thank you.
Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the adoption of the Kyle Public Library Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Leslie Scott, the Director of Library Services. Fun to be here on this day because today is National Library Worker Day of National Library Week. And looking at our very first Library Master Plan. So this is to consider a resolution authorizing the adoption of the Kyle Public Library Master Plan. We were here last month or so with 720 Designs. The consultant was contracted at the end of '24 to develop a comprehensive analysis and recommendation of the current library. This includes projections for community growth, space needs, staff growth, and the program services collection and technology needs of our community. It will be completed throughout this year if it is just this first phase. The Library Master Plan is shaped by the voices, needs, and aspirations of the Kyle community, developed by 720 Design in partnership with the library staff, city leaders, residents. The plan focuses on understanding how people use the library today and how it must evolve to serve a rapidly growing and changing community in the years ahead. This document is the first official library master plan for the Kyle Public Library, guiding the development of a responsive, agile organization that serves the needs and expectations of Kyle residents. The master plan charts a course for planning, building, and enhancing library services that support the community's needs today and anticipate those of tomorrow. So we are asking that you approve the Kyle Public Library Master Plan, approve with modifications or do not approve, and we recommend that it be approved as presented. I do want to address that when we were here and Maureen Arndt spoke to you from, our consultant spoke to you from 720, some of the things that council asked more information regarding was to include the FTEs for this new Salina building. And I apologize, there's a typo. It was the add the 2030 charts, add the word place as a site consideration, add Kyle Vista, and sort the survey responses as far as the areas of the city. Those are included in this draft. Additional items that were asked for that are not part of phase 1 of this contract include the avoid unintentional geographic inequities, confirm site alignment where growth is projected and when, map the growth. It just has a lot to do with that growth and mapping, which is part of that phase 2 if we go that way. It included the LEED certification, again, that GIS and mapping, housing stability tools. So those would be in another phase. Our next step options could be to explore costs associated with book vending, book lockers, or expand our mobile library opportunities. We could proceed with the Kyle Public Library landscape master planning for an outdoor community space steam garden, and there is the price for that plan. Or proceed with the Kyle Public Library Master Plan Phase 2 programming and concept design, which is really bond preparation at $88,800. That reason why we included the landscape master plan portion of this is because that scored very high on our survey results, is to have some outdoor amphitheater, story time space, shaded reading areas, and although we wouldn't call it a play space, it would be an interactive steam garden, music, things like that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, so the funding is in there? Did that get put in there?
We do not have the funding. Well, the funding of that option 1, 2, 3, 4 is in the master plan, yes. Okay. And what that square footage would look like, estimates of cost per square foot, and then ideas of where those may grow to.
Okay. I'm just gonna, I'll be brief. So I do kind of have a worry. I would like to see, because this was kind of like what we had last week when we were looking at a different master plan, and we're not seeing options as far as growth. So we have like, this is total build out, this is like 200,000 people. Mm-hmm. But what I'd like to see in order to adopt this is like, when we're at grow out for 75,000 and then 150,000 and then, you know, because right now it's like, we have to wait, not have to wait, but we're planning for this really far future. And if we want to do these things, upgrades to the library, I'd like to see it something that's more attainable, closer to time, and the funding isn't so outrageous.
Correct. So we go by a nice rule of thumb is 0.8 square foot per capita. Our per capita does not go by our population. It goes by our state accreditation assigned, which right now, this moment, is 88,074, I believe. So we could be, we would like to aim for enhanced, which is that 0.8 square foot. But what is more realistic is probably the 0.5 to 0.6 range. So you can look at that and do the math, and the high side of square footage is unfortunately about 1,000 square foot. So when you can, although it's in here in that if we were to be at this population, we are behind exponentially right now. When you look at our building right now is 20,000 square foot. So we would be able, at 0.5, we would be serving a population of 40,000. We're already at 88. So I think it's an internal math. I understand what you're saying. I think that's in here in some forms where we could add on to this library, and here's what we could add on as far as square footage and per capita. But unknown growth, how long do we wait? And where do we go with that as far as the final library, something in between?
Okay. It doesn't also talk about long-term staffing cost? Like, what is that going to look like?
So that depends on if you build one floor or you start building vertically. The Salina Library, I believe, is 32,000 square foot with an opening day of 22 FTE. So it depends on your hours you're going to set for it, the levels of the flooring, the floors you will have, the programming you will present. So I think a lot of that is that next stages of what does that building look like. This plan focuses a great deal on what the community's expectation is of our library. What do they want more of? How can we meet those needs now and in the future?
Okay. And my last comment is going to be that there was no commitment to building one on the east. So I know there's, we have one on the west, but there's no future commitment to building that equity on both sides, and I would like to have seen that as well.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Questions, comments? Councilmember Goza?
How does the population compare to the number of visitors that we have at our current library? Because when I was looking through all of the budget information and data when we were looking at the audit booklet, we're not back to the number of visitation rates that we had pre-COVID, and our population was smaller then.
Correct. So a couple of things have happened in the past year, especially, is the gate count was slightly incorrect, and now we have laser entry where it's counting individuals as they come into the library. We do not count some of the programming as our programming, so some of the numbers have really tightened up and following strict guidelines by TSLAC, our state accreditation. I can't speak for past numbers, but I'm not sure where those numbers came from.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Zapata?
And I think under the benchmarking, and maybe I'm just not reading it correctly, but we do account for what it would cost out, I think, at like a 76,000 service area population. And it's further down, and it's separate from the master plan itself under the benchmarking, under the peer set data. And so I think for that one, it says like service area population, 76,059. Total expenditures would be 946,463. And that's at that 20,000 reported square feet. And then there's also under that same benchmarking data about staff. There's a collection of staffing data, and we give ourselves like 9 other comparison sites. And there is the Salina Public Library staffing data associated there as well. And it compares it like with build out averages, state averages, national averages. So I think it was pretty extensive. I think I share some sentiments on this idea that I am also a little, because equity is such a huge part of what I care about. And so it's disappointing to know that somehow creating equity in our city is not like a primary phase 1 concern, that it's like a phase 2 concern. I think that the good thing about like master plans is that it gives us the option to take these things, and as stated also in the master plan, it says we can do incremental changes. And so there is flexibility with that on like what it is this council decides to do. But I think just happy National Library Week. And thank you for all that you do for the community and helping create some of that programming and really trying to draw as many people out and making them feel welcomed at the library as possible. I hear a lot of good things and I think we're on the right track. And I think with this master plan, I think that sets us on the right path, because I think first and foremost, we have to get on a path. And I think this helps set us up in the right direction. So I really appreciate your time and dedication and commitment to this.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a motion?
Okay, so with that, I make a motion to approve agenda item number 15, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the adoption of the Kyle Public Library Master Plan.
Second. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata, seconded by myself. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, up next, we have agenda item 16. Consider approval of an ordinance consolidating previously approved ordinances and defining the speed zones along the northbound and southbound Interstate Highway 35 frontage road through the city of Kyle's limits. Item presenter Ravali?
Ravali Gosraju. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember McKinney. Ravali Kosraju for the record, Assistant Director, Traffic Transportation. I am here today to present to you all this very fun item, last on the agenda. So just to give you a bit of project background, this was initiated because of some coordination we had with TxDOT and the discrepancies that we have within our current ordinances, not aligning with how they had established the speed zones on the TxDOT frontage roads, north and southbound I-35 frontage roads going through the city of Kyle. I'm not going to read through the mile markers, but generally speaking, the red area that you see there, that's the I-35 southbound frontage road, so that's posted at 55 miles per hour. The green that you see also on the I-35 southbound frontage road, that's posted at 50 miles an hour, and then all of the northbound frontage road for I-35 through the city limits is posted at 55 miles per hour currently. The discrepancies are pertaining to one of these ordinances. So ordinance number 1356 was previously adopted by council, and it establishes the northbound I-35 frontage road speed zone to be 55 miles per hour throughout the city limits. Ordinance number 784 that is currently in place does not correctly identify the speed zones that have been established by TxDOT. So that is the reason we're here tonight, is to address that discrepancy so that whatever ordinance is on file aligns with the speed zones that have been established through TxDOT's process. Like I mentioned earlier, this is coming through direct coordination with TxDOT and the request that they made to update the city ordinances to reflect what is posted in terms of speed limits out on these frontage roads. This is again just pertaining to when the ordinances are approved. Ordinance number 784 was approved on March 18, 2014, and that is associated with the southbound I-35 frontage roads. Ordinance number 1356 or 1356 was approved on February 4th, 2025, and that was approved on February 4th, 2025. I don't know where I was going with that. So the current ordinance, or the proposed ordinance that I'm here to present to you all tonight and hopefully have an ordinance adopted, is to repeal both the existing ordinance number 1356 and ordinance number 784, and to establish one speed zone ordinance that captures both the northbound frontage road speed zone and then the two speed zones established on the southbound frontage road for I-35 throughout city limits. And that is the recommendation that I am presenting tonight, is to have one ordinance to identify all of the speed zones associated with the I-35 northbound and southbound frontage roads. And these are the options, and recommending option one.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
I understand that these are speeds recommended by TxDOT. Do we have any options to say that's too fast? I'm really looking at that 55 miles an hour on the northbound coming, and especially once Kyle Park gets there, you already cannot get in safely into the traffic on the access road. It's coming by you at 55 miles an hour, very few brakes, and I cannot imagine, I don't know how many wrecks we've had on these, but the frontage roads are our heaviest accident areas, period. I feel like I'm taking my life in my hands, and my car's got pretty good pickup when I try to get from BB Road or from the Lupe Tortilla area into traffic. It is so dangerous. Do we have any option to say maybe we don't want it at 55?
Absolutely justified. I think the concerns that you brought up, we can certainly reach out to them and ask for an evaluation to reduce the currently established speed zones. They, by state law, just like us, are mandated to conduct an operational speed study that looks at the traveling speeds of 85% of the traffic that's traversing these roadways, and it goes beyond peak hours. So this is a little bit of a catch-22 in the traffic engineering world. we can't post speed limit signs that don't align with the majority of the traveling public. But then in order to achieve speed reduction, sometimes some measures are needed. That said, though, we do have that Safe Streets for All grant that we received towards the end of last year. We're working through the federal government's process, so I cannot give you a timeline at this point. But when that grant funding comes through and we, kick off that project, like you'd mentioned, there will be a demonstrated, history of crashes, I expect, along these corridors because of the high speeds, because of the high volumes and the turning movement activity that's happening off of these frontage roads. So we could, if our request currently fails with TxDOT, we could go back to them with that safety lens and ask for that concession based on, some countermeasures that we propose, and that could be one of them. So, the short-term option is very nicely ask them to revisit the speed limit zones, and then the long-term option would be when the Safe Streets for All grant kicks off, the project kicks off, make that request again with that data-driven approach.
Piggybacking off of what Councilmember Harris said, 'cause I think it's like that on both sides. I feel like that because I go to Crunch sometimes. But also when you go to Evo, that's really dangerous. And you have I don't think they're going to lower it because that would be, but instead of doing a safety, a speed, can they do like a safety assessment to figure out if the speed limit's safe?
That would be part of the scope of the the safety action plan that we would be executing once the grant agreement is executed. I said this in my head, I didn't say it out loud last time, is we do have our bond projects that are in that area that Councilmember Harris and Mayor, you had mentioned. So we have the Baby Road project. I know there is some improvements that are being done as part of that project where it tees into I-35 northbound frontage road there. And then as part of the, I guess it's BB Kohler, sorry, I forget the project name sometimes. That is another element that we're looking at in how Kohler's is tying into I-35 as well. And then I know with the I-35 Kohler's underpass, so that would be like connecting the west section of Kohler's to the east section that we're building right now. There will be improvements made with obviously the frontage road intersections and adding turn lanes and all of that, improving capacity and safety. So long-term, that is the plan, but I think through our safety action plan, we'll have a real leg to stand on to go back to TxDOT with that kind of data-driven strategy to recommend some improvements and work with them to execute them. I'm sure they'll want us to pay for it though, so they're just heads up.
We'll be ready.
Yeah.
Did we need a motion on that?
I think do we have more questions? Or do they need to, what part, the direction for?
To get the safety plan?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all
research.
did give us the authority to negotiate that contract, so that's what we're working on right now on the federal government timeline. So when we're ready to fully execute it, we'll be bringing that item back to council for y'all's consideration.
Okay, I have a few thoughts. So for section 4, I would really like to see the fines listed in there. I know it references section 1 through 14 of the Code of Ordinances, but can we make it either an attachment or listed in there?
Oh, you're talking about the ordinance.
The exact fines per speeding fines are set out by state law. That's going to be in the transportation code. The maximum fine is $200.
Ours says Code of
so-
Ordinances.
It does reference the Code of Ordinances, and that is to make it a traffic violation, but the fines for traffic violations are set out in state law.
So if I got a ticket and I went to here, I would go to the Code of Ordinances, and then I would have to go somewhere else?
No, you would go, so to find this section, you would look in our ordinances. Section 1-14 is the general penalty, and it just says, it basically says when a section of the code says, or when an ordinance says that doing something is a violation, that triggers 1-14. However, traffic violations, those penalties are set out in state law in the transportation code.
Okay. So my question would be, how do we get that information as an attachment to this? Because I get frustrated just talking about it, but if I have a ticket and I'm trying to figure out how much I owe, I want to make that as easy as possible for our residents to find.
Right, so the actual fines and fees, this is why I asked that question, are set by the municipal court judge. So the maximum amount allowed by law is set either in our code of ordinances or in state law, but the specific fine for each violation is ultimately in the jurisdiction of the municipal court judge.
Okay, so that makes this even more confusing. Is there some verbiage we can put that kind of explains that to anybody they're gonna be like, well, I went to the code, but then I went to the judge and he did it. What can we do to make that more understandable for our residents?
Typically, in a code, you set out the maximum fine, setting out, or potentially the minimum and the maximum, but generally not the full range. You give the judge, the court has the jurisdiction over the full range.
Okay, so could we say like with the minimum of this and a maximum of that?
For most ordinance violations, we do have in there a fine of not more than $500, or if it's code and safety, not more than $2,000. However, a traffic violation is set by state law at $200. And my concern with putting that in the code of ordinances is if the state law changes, then we have to change the code. So I would rather put traffic violations as set by state law or something along those lines.
Can we do that?
If we were gonna do it.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic, yeah.
I can put something together for second reading.
That would be, thank you. That is great. All right, so
If
section.
you get a ticket, depending on how fast you go, it's
Right.
going to be based on the judge's recommendation anyway.
Correct. I just don't want them to go to section 1 through 14 of the Code of Ordinances and then not be able to find it there either. Okay, so number 5, this is a presumption of driver. So can we add something? Is there a process in case the person who owns the car is not the driver?
We can look, I'll look at that provision and I
Okay.
can make some recommendations.
All right, I was just got a little bit worried just in case. And then, finally, in the very last section, section 9, the effective date, can we change that to when the signs are posted as opposed to when this passes?
I do believe the signs are posted out
Oh, they're
there
already
today.
posted?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
us trying to catch up to what TxDOT's already
Perfect,
done.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. That's all I have. Anybody else got? Councilmember Goza.
I just have a really quick question because I have to take that southbound side road. So I'm like, why is it lower than the rest of it?
You're talking about the green
Yes.
section?
Yes.
So with some of the previous ordinances that were presented, there was a speed, an 85th percentile operating speed study that was done, and it was just purely through that study that was established to be a lower speed zone. Why? It could be sheer congestion that happens there throughout most of the duration of a 24-hour time period. It could be that there's more friction. There's a variety of factors. It could be that there's maybe not as much lighting as the northbound section as you get up to like Kyle Parkway and north of there, that sometimes lack of lighting makes drivers hesitate in terms of speeding because you just can't see as far as you would with lighting. So there's a variety of factors. I know I'm like listing everything under the moon here.
Okay.
But
No, I think I get it. It's strictly determined though by what 85% of the traffic on that road is going.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is state law. It's in the Texas Transportation Code.
Okay. I was just curious, so
Yeah,
thank you. And there is a heat map that's listed on our website by the police on where we're seeing a lot of our accidents at. And I'm not sure if you knew that, but I thought I would throw that out there. But
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up.
Thank
I think
you.
that's good for just awareness, but, we do work very closely with Kyle PD, with the chief, and one of their data analysts who I constantly harass for crash safety type information. So we are absolutely coordinating with them on a regular basis.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, any other questions, comments? Now, I see this is first reading, but if we pass it unanimously, it can still come back.
I would recommend including in the motion with amendments to be brought back on second reading as discussed. Sorry, it's getting late.
It is late, sorry. All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 16 and to have it brought back with the amendments discussed during the meeting
For second reading.
for second reading.
Second.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion by myself, seconded by Councilmember Goza. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Up next, we're almost done, guys. We have two more. All right, up next, we have discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the annual review of the rules of council, including but not limited to potential updates to promote transparency, efficiency, and effective governance, presented by myself. So this item is about something foundational to how our council serves. It is our rules of council. These rules are more than procedures. They guide us in how we govern ourselves, how we treat one another, and how we engage with our residents. They are here to ensure order, fairness, and a real opportunity for our public to be heard. This review is meant to be annual to give us an opportunity to reevaluate them, provide feedback, and to make them stronger, to improve transparency, work more efficiently, and hold ourselves to a higher standard. Because if we expect trust from our community, we must earn it, not just in what we decide, but how we decide, and how we treat each other when we disagree, and how we listen, especially when it's hard, and whether the people we serve can see themselves in the way this council carries out its work. This is about setting the tone for this body, a tone I want to be rooted in respect, discipline, and accountability, not just for today, but for every meeting that follows. So with that, I'm going to go last. I have several changes. I don't know if anybody else has changes. Mine are really going to be rooted in decorum and then citizens' participation. Do we have any legal issues or concerns that you would like to address, Miss Amy?
Mayor, I sent you some comments previously. I can send those out to council. Some of them were more form than legal. I have previously discussed some changes to our rules regarding public comment with the council. I can send those out again. But I don't have a lot prepared. I made the change that was absolutely necessary for state law for the Open Meetings Act earlier this year.
Okay. So bringing these back is such a big deal because I think this gives us the time to sit and say, this is what we expect from each other. And this is how we'd like to interact with the residents. So mine is going to be, so section G, if you guys want to go there, section G is decorum. And there are some things that I would like to take out. From council members shall not be permitted to accuse all the way to, it's 4 lines down, and put, nor shall council members be permitted to place items on the agenda to that effect. I would like to remove that. But what I'd like to add is council members are encouraged to address concerns regarding ethics, policy, or legal compliance in a professional and respectful manner. Allegations regarding ethics or statutory violations may be referred to appropriate review process consistent with city policy and applicable law. Everybody's okay with that. And I can repeat that too. And I can give you this when I'm done. And then we can redline it and bring it back. The next rule.
Mayor, do you by chance have an example of that real quick?
Example of like.
The reason of the change. I mean, you and I have served for many, many years. It feels like over a decade now, but I mean, I just want to make sure we're clear on what you're asking for.
Well, I'm asking if we have this is kind of a concern for one. If we have an issue with each other and we want to discuss it collectively, my question is, how do we do that?
I think I mentioned earlier this year that there are some concerns where if we need to discuss an ethics issue related to a council member or say, since Brian's leaving, I'm gonna pick on him, the city manager, and we need to do so in a manner where all of council can be present, the only way to do that is to put that on an agenda. And so if the rule prohibits us from putting that on an agenda or from discussing it at a meeting, then there's really no way to have that discussion with the full body without violating the Open Meetings Act.
Right. That's my concern is like, if there is a real issue, how do we discuss that collectively? I feel like it needs to be respectful. I don't know how else to do that.
Well, if a council member has an issue with another council member, should it start at that level?
Sure, but if
Does it need to be addressed as a full body? If you and I have a disagreement of some sort, do we need to bring it as an agenda item of this is how I felt, or this is where I'm at? Or is it just, you and I one-on-one having the conversation to come up with some kind of agreement and then have some kind of mediator to go from there on that end? Because I just feel that when we do things like this, if I'm like, I've got a beef with you and I'm going to go ahead and bring it out because this is how I feel, I guess my thing is it best used for city time, staff time, residents who are watching to see that? And then again, it goes back to, we all have a right to address our grievances, but how do we go about doing that on that end?
So I wouldn't think if it was a one-on-one issue, I don't think that would be a council issue. That would be a personal issue. But for example, say if you saw me steal a pack of gum and you addressed it and I said, I don't care or whatever, and then you were like, well, the council needs to know that you stole a pack of gum, then that would be something that you would stick on the agenda. But I don't think, like, if me and you are mad at each other, that we're going to stick. And maybe we need to create that verbiage to be very clear. This is not about airing personal issues with each other. It's more about if there's an ethical or legal issue that we should be able to discuss it on the council.
We could put it in there as like a violation of state or federal law or the code of ethics specifically, so that it's really more about that sort of issue. I might also suggest, if council's amenable, a provision that said, when permissible, that the conversation would occur in an executive session, so that we could have the executive session conversation first.
Well, some things we can't, if it's legal, yes.
Permissible, right.
Yeah, as long as it's permissible by law.
And of course, if it's about an individual, that individual always has the right to ask that it be in public unless it's a legal issue, so that it wouldn't be permissible if the person asked for it to be in public.
Right, okay.
But then it goes back to the same old scenario again we've had many times. What is considered the ethics on that end according to our charter? Because, it's this, we hold each other accountable, but at to what point? What some people may feel is an ethics violation, some people say it's within reason of, freedom of expression or whatever the case is, because I don't want to get this to the point to where, because this rules of council has been brought up so many times, and I want us all to be in a good spot. And so it's just a matter of, if we're just changing a word from shall to should or any of that decor, because if we're going to start identifying specific rules, we're going to have definitions so that way it fits specific categories. But then again, that's going to take a long time, just like, because we want to be able to work collectively.
Did you get that? I mean, I don't know is there anything that we can do to concern?
And I think the best way to handle that sort of thing would be limitations in the language and what it's applicable to. So it's not really about interpersonal, it's about something that could either lead to criminal charges or some sort of civil liability or, again, an ethics violation. The ethics code is, it is a document that can change, but it's a document that comes through the council before it changes. So you should be aware of what's in there as well.
All right. Is that the answer that you needed? Do you need additional information? Is there something you'd like to put in here?
I'm good.
Okay, and these can always come back, like, we're gonna redline it and then.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, sorry, just a quick question before we go past that. What's the exact language that'll go in then? Because I don't want to say okay, I'm okay with it if I don't know exactly what's going in there.
What I'm doing right now is taking notes on general ideas, and then if it's all right with the council, my suggestion was to put together a red line with these changes, bring it back to council for you to consider at a later meeting. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Okay. All right, the next one is going to be rule number 5, which is the mayor of the chair is responsible So what I would like to do, this is just my red lines, after the mayor chair is responsible for ensuring the orderly conduct of participants during city council meetings and shall prohibit the use of citizens' comments period to engage in discussion of, well, I don't even know, can we do personal and in employment matters? That's allowed, isn't it?
So in my opinion, we can prohibit conversation about personnel matters that involve employees that do not report to city council because those matters are generally outside the purview of city council.
Okay.
And therefore should be directed to the city manager.
Perfect. Okay, so then we'll take out personal attacks, and then we're going to keep in discussion of personal employment matters, take out the use of profanity, and then keep the rest. And then in the end, speakers may express criticism of policies, elected officials, or city operations, provided such comments do not disrupt a meeting, constitute threats, or otherwise violate applicable law. I think we just constitute threats, and then, is that I don't know the difference between a serious threat and a regular threat.
There's actually a publication from the Department of Homeland Security on what that is.
Would it be specifically threats of violence as opposed to just?
Well, the Supreme Court defines it as serious threats.
Okay.
Which is a fact-finding mission then.
Right. So, but I mean, my suggestion was just potentially threats of violence if we wanted something clear. If you want to go and pull the guidance from the Supreme Court and quote that directly, we could do that. I'm trying to come up with a way to make it clear to your average reader too.
What about when what's it's directed on citizens' comment and sticking with that? It's like it has to be referencing your public comment has to be referencing the agenda item or any city business.
I think that's already
because
in
if
there.
we go off, yeah, I know, but if we go off to where we do have the expression of freedom of speech and so forth, but holding it to where, staying on task as far as the actual agenda items or the policies or because public comment to me sometimes is based off of three things. It's going to be a complaint, a grievance, or a concern, grievance, or complaint. And that's usually what public comments usually refrained on. And they have a right to view all that. But I guess if we're talking about the rules of council for ourselves, which we're trying to do, which we're doing, looks like, we just got to be specific of of course, obviously, we're not threatening each other. We are trying to be as professional as possible, as much as we can. I know a lot of agenda items in the past have gotten very personal, and just with me too as well, through the years have gotten personal. But it's just a matter of trying to hold that decorum and making sure our rules vouch for what we want our residents to view us of when we're on the dais. Because when I look at the rules of councils, I'm looking at it for the day when I'm gone. And whoever carries the torch on my end, that I would expect them to follow those rules like I did on that end.
So if I get this correct, the language that you want to remove is personal attacks. Was it discussion of personnel?
No, the use of profanity.
So you want to allow citizen comment to engage in personal attacks
No,
and the
take
use
out
of
personal attacks.
profanity.
Yeah.
So because this prohibits it, so by removing that,
Yes.
you want to allow participants during citizen comment to engage in personal attacks and the use of profanity.
Well, if you're
I just want you
quoting
to
somebody,
state that.
yes, I do want to, the use of profanity is legally allowed. And so, for example, when I read someone's comment on TikTok or Facebook, I can't remember what it was, that is legally allowed,
Cohen
correct?
v. California.
I'm sorry?
Cohen v. California.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah.
The gentleman was wearing a jacket that's.
So do I want them to do it? No, I don't want them to do it, and I hope they don't. But I also know that they can legally do that. And I think they have a
To a
right.
certain point to where it gets aggressive.
Right, I mean, there is such a thing as disorderly conduct, and so there's a line, and that's defined in the penal code.
Yeah, and can we put that in there too? Just, clarify it, because I guess if you just looked at it like, yeah, anybody can come up here and just use any profanity, but I don't think that's what we really want.
But,
To
I mean, I
encourage.
don't know that we want to encourage profanity,
Right,
but
right.
there is a fine line on prohibiting profanity that I understand.
Correct.
Yeah.
And there also is a part already about disorderly conduct in there.
So
So
then,
then-
so go ahead.
I was saying, so then how do we find that middle ground where we're not encouraging the use of profanity, but also not necessarily overstepping? Because that, I think, we can't just have like a free-for-all that, disorderly conduct is, pretty loose. And so I would like to be able to find a middle ground between that.
So back in June, July, I had proposed some language on this specific provision. I'm happy to put that back together and show it to you all and send it out.
That'd be great, yeah. Because again, I mean, I think if we had something in here that says you can use profanity, that's encouraging it. But by taking it out, probably, I can promise you, no one that's come up to speak at citizens' comments have read these rules. But it'll be nice to like have it in there, and then if I have to use it, then that's what it is. But the use of profanity, like you said, is allowable. Personal attacks is allowable. But just for the record, I don't really want it.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, there are lines on what can and can't be prohibited in public comment, and I'm happy to discuss those. It might be a good conversation to have an executive session at some point, or we can look at it, but there are some First Amendment lines in there that I have to look at.
Are we allowed to have anything that kind of discusses or at least explicitly states that it's like you can't go beyond like who reports to council, if that makes sense? Like
So-
personnel that reports to council?
So that was what the mayor was proposing including, but under state law, just for clarity, we are required to allow public comment prior to the discussion of any agenda item. Technically, under state law, the only thing that we are required to allow is comment on any item on the agenda. We have chosen in this city historically to allow comment on any matter related to city business, but that is not required under state law. If we wanted to change the rules, we could.
I would
That's what I
never
was
do
getting
that.
at.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, because if somebody has an issue with their yard, or somebody has an issue elsewhere, they should be able to come up and speak to us.
I respect that. I just want to make sure you know the limits of the law.
Yeah,
Can we address the time limits as well? Because Texas Open Meeting Acts, I believe, was changed to where you're supposed to have a reasonable amount of speaking time per agenda item.
I believe what it says is reasonable time. So it is up to council to decide what a reasonable time is. There are a lot of ways to cut that. Different cities do it different ways, and I'm happy to discuss different
Yeah,
options.
the lawsuit in Austin was reasonable time per agenda item.
Right, and it depends on your individual circumstances. There's some guidance in the Open Meetings Handbook about, depending on the number of items on the agenda, it might be a reasonable time limit of whatever time it is that the council decides. Like I said, there's a lot of ways to get to that, and we can talk through those.
Yeah, I think there's some complex subjects that are harder to sum up, but if you're coming up and talking about general items that are happening within the city, one time frame for that, and then, another time frame maybe for the agenda items,
Yeah.
that would be kind of nice to look at.
Yeah, there are ways to do it, especially if you're talking about, having comments on general business that aren't tied to an agenda item versus comments that are tied to an agenda item. That might be a fair way to distinguish.
Okay.
all right, so, are we good? I mean, because we're gonna be able to come back and redline these again. Rule 6
Yeah.
is something that I'm interested in too. So the 6th line down, starting at visual gestures such as visual displays or other visual communications. So actually, we're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to wear shirts, we're not allowed to hold signs. So I would like to take that out and then include something along the lines of visual conduct that materially disrupts this meeting, blocks visibility, or interferes with the orderly conduct of proceedings. Silent visual expression such as signs, clothing, or symbols shall be permitted so long as they do not disrupt the meeting. All right, moving on.
Could we have something in there that limits like what's depicted? Because it's like I wouldn't want someone to like show up with like
Obscenity.
yeah, like, with like a head, like, or something like that, like on a platter, like quite, like something super, super, like over the top graphic.
Maybe you can say pictures of death or pictures of,
I can look
something-
into guidance on
Yeah.
obscenity, that sort of thing.
Okay, Section B, Agenda, Rule 1.
Mayor, this is Tobias. Ma'am, I'm going to have to step away for the night. I've got to check on my wife upstairs.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Don't
Good night.
apologize. Okay, so I would like to take out, after the mayor is not limited in number of agenda items, and replace that with, shall be subject to the same agenda item limits as council members unless otherwise approved by majority vote of council. I would also like to, if everybody is in favor of adding something like a duty to respond, a standard, such as council members shall make a good faith effort to respond to resident inquiries within a reasonable time frame, for example, 3 to 5 days. If a response cannot be provided, an acknowledgement should be sent. I have an out of office already set up, so if somebody writes me, they automatically know that I've received their email. And somebody's responded to that. They're like, hey, thanks for responding. And I was like, that's awesome, because it's an out of office.
How would tracking or enforcement of that work?
I mean, I guess if somebody were to complain.
And then what would happen?
That's for us to decide, right? So like, if, it doesn't have to be that you talk to them, it doesn't have to be you meet with them, it just means that you acknowledge them, and then oftentimes you can say, I'm gonna loop in our city manager, and he can assist you with the rest. So it doesn't have to be about like constant conversation, but if you wanna send them to somebody else.
I think I feel uncomfortable with having that because, like, for example, after that December meeting where the man threatened to crush my effing skull or said he wanted to, he sent a follow-up email on top of that was pretty explicit and graphic as well. I do not want to be forced to respond to something like that.
Did you give that to Chief?
Yeah, so the former mayor had looped in chief and whatnot, so yes, it was.
So that to me is a response.
Well, but that wouldn't have been clear, that wouldn't have been
Right, well, we
made
can make it
clear.
clear, yeah.
And I don't want to set forth like 3 to 5 day timeline. There are just, and I'm not sure what type of emails that you get, but there are an extensive number of emails that I get that like I am not going to respond to. It's only because they are specifically about like just continuously the same thing, like you support illegals, I'm demanding that you denounce illegals and whatnot. I'm sorry, but there's other constituents who have other issues that come before responding to something like that.
I find it difficult. Go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
Another issue is that people do emails to the whole council. And sometimes, we don't know who's responded how because we're not allowed to communicate that way. So I sometimes don't respond to those because they just, I don't have the relevant information. I know it's not in my district. It's not asking me specifically for information or assistance. I think that's problematic if we have to respond to all of those, all 7 of us have to respond. I think it's confusing.
I think we could definitely put limits, right? Like if it's a district, you give it to the district person. I'm going to be real honest. I don't understand what it looks like not to answer your emails. I've answered probably 4 or 5 of the same exact emails that had to do with agenda item 4 today, and I made it a point to answer every single one of them. And so that's not everybody, and I get it, that's not for everybody, but I'm gonna bring this duty to respond up because I feel like as elected officials, we do have a duty to respond. And if they're in your district, if they're not in your district, that's understandable. I don't think it's reasonable for people to respond to other people that's not in their district. I'll preface with the fact, when I was District 2, I helped people in Plum Creek all the time.
Well, I have.
So-
I've responded to all mine, but but on those general ones that, it's to all 7 of us, if I don't have information, if it's not relevant to my district, I want to reserve the right to not be the one responding to that.
Oh, I understand. But, and again, we can limit it to people in your district, but we have 4 people who are citywide. And so for no one to respond, that would be disheartening to people who do reach out. And so if you guys are not interested in having a duty to respond, then I understand that. We can not respond to people, I guess.
My concern with the whole sending to the whole council feedback email is, it's just like at my job personally, if we assume someone is going to take care of it and it's tasked to all of us, and we say, oh, that's not my issue, so-and-so is going to take care of it, then the other person's like, oh, that's not my issue, so-and-so is going to take care of it, then nobody takes care of it. So if we're not willing to respond because we don't have that knowledge of District 4 or District 6, then we could either reply to that resident and say, I would be happy to help you, I just don't have that information, copy in the city manager, and then you've done your due diligence, you've at least responded and let them know you don't have the information or can't help them. And then hopefully that city manager addresses someone who does have the information, and that resident at least gets answered and not ignored by 7 people.
I think the other issue arises is if we all respond.
Yeah.
And we all have different varying levels of information to provide that person. I feel like most of the time that's what happens more often than someone just not receiving a response.
Right.
Well, as somebody who answers all the emails, I can tell you that is not a fact. It's not a stated fact. There are people who are like, what do I do if they don't respond? They haven't responded. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. And so now is the time for us to talk about that. How do we want it to look? If someone came to Councilmember Zapata and said, I have written the mayor 8 times and she's never wrote me back, what do you tell them?
How can I help you?
What if they don't want my help?
No, I'm saying I would say, how can I help you? Like I
That's
would
what I'm
say,
saying.
well,
What if they're like, it's not you that I want to talk to, I want to talk to them.
I mean, I don't think I'm able to like actually force you to like physically talk to someone. So.
Okay.
Yeah, we really can't compel each other to do any specific activity.
If we make a rule saying that you just have to respond to an email that's personally to you, not to the council, that's non-threatening, that someone's reached out to you 3 times, it shouldn't be unrealistic to be like, oh, you know what, I don't have to answer that. I served with a council member who probably didn't respond to anybody, and that to me is a smack in the face to service. But if you guys are not interested in it, we can move on to the next thing. So we can add maybe a section in here that sets expectations, like we have to engage with our residents in our district, or participate in discussions and votes, because a lot of times I feel like I'm the only one talking. Uphold the intent of the oath, and there's things that we said we were going to do, and making sure that we do that, that's going to make the residents feel like we're taking our job seriously.
I'm going to note on the votes, Mayor, there is a specific charter provision that requires every council member who's present and not conflicted to vote. So I'm happy to reference that in the rules. It might be a good idea.
That'd be perfect. Thank you. I do not know how everybody else feels about this. It's already allowed, but it doesn't have any clear intention. We're allowed to censor under decorum rules. It's vague and tied mostly to behavior during meetings. But we could expand it to include, repeated failure to perform duties, patterns that undermine public trust, and chronic non-responsiveness. But if we do that, we would have to define a clear process.
What section is that, Mayor?
Let me figure it out. Sorry.
Decorum was under G. Are we back up there?
Maybe. Sorry, I have like 3 pieces of paper.
No worries. We're talking about censoring?
Censor, C.
So that's decorum, number 3, so G3.
Okay, so, again, it's in the rules. How do we want that to look?
Can you repeat it now that I'm able to see it?
Oh, to repeat which, yes. Okay, we could expand it to include repeated failure to perform duties, chronic non-responsiveness, patterns that undermine public trust. All this we can do if we have a clear process, because right now we do not have a clear process, and so without it, it's not going to get used.
I also don't think we would be able to agree on any definitions of that, because we would have to come up with how do we define each of those things? Like what was some of it like, we would have to agree, what do those phrases mean? What's the trigger for it?
I mean, I have a couple ideas what would trigger it, but I don't think that it would have enough support. So I guess we could just bring this back whenever Councilmember Tobias is, and we can talk about that again. Are you good with the red lines that we have currently? And then we can bring it back and then talk
If you'll
about
provide me
additional changes?
the documents you have, Mayor, that would help.
Yes,
I'll put a
absolutely.
note on the censure provision that the mayor's requested changes to this that we could be discussed later.
Perfect.
Can I get those shared with me as well? And I think probably all of us should.
Yeah.
I'd like an opportunity to kind of mull things over and think about any scenarios that, just having a little bit more time to think about them so that we don't have any unintended consequences that result from any of these changes. As of right now, I've got no issues with any of them, but I'd like a little bit more time to kind of read through them and think things through.
You bet. And I hope when we bring it back that there's more participation in this, and I don't think it's a good idea to lay stagnant on these rules. These are our rules. I would like to know what Councilmember McKinney would like to see from me as far as being a mayor. I know Councilmember Zapata wants me to be more outgoing and wants me to make sure that she feels safe here. So I don't understand why we're not having these conversations, because they were had at the last meeting.
Well, am I allowed to talk about what I want now?
Well, that's what I'm saying,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I was just letting
Okay.
you get through yours, but
Okay,
I
perfect.
think maybe others have ideas too, but I
Yes.
just wanted you to get through yours
Thank you.
first. So, is that, you're good? Okay. I think first is section B2, second paragraph, about if an item fails to pass, that same item or one of substantially similar subject matter may not be placed on the agenda for at least 6 months. I looked up other examples, so like Round Rock has a 90-day period with exception for only explicit circumstances. San Marcos has no automatic ban, and they rely just on standard reconsideration motions. And Pflugerville has a 60-day minimum with a council override option. My fear is that if we allow this like 6-month moratorium on failed items, it might be because it failed of like I'm trying to think of like when we had the 3-3, for example.
That can always come back.
Okay, and I think there are some issues with that may be, like for example, I would probably want to do something where it's like, it's a 90-day minimum with the council override option.
Perfect.
Just to allow for just the free passing of ideas after time has gone on or new information becomes available. Yeah.
I have that down too. So, I mean, I didn't bring it up, but I did put, this limitation may be waived by majority vote of council when new information, changed circumstances, or significant interests exist. But do you want to do you want to do 90 days?
The 90-day with council override option.
The other question I would have on this one, and it's just a question because of a circumstance that happened before, is that provision did not previously apply to the mayor. And so we had an item that failed, and then the mayor brought it back. This was a while back on the council insurance. And So then he ultimately brought it back and repealed it, but I got a lot of questions on it at the time because it didn't apply to the mayor, and I'd rather it's either say explicitly that it does or doesn't apply to the mayor. If we're treating the mayor differently, I'd rather it explicitly say that than be an interpretation how it's read.
In the other city examples that I was able to find, there was no exception. It just kind of applied across the board.
Yeah, I think it should be all the same.
Agreed.
The next portion is section D1. And it's in the event of the absence of the mayor and mayor pro tem, the mayor may designate a chair from the members of council. And I am suggesting that instead of like an absent mayor being able to decide who's chair, it's other cities, for example, do it where it's like the most senior like calls to order the meeting, and then the present council members vote on who the chair is.
Typically, the way that actually works, and the way it's worked in practice here, despite that rule, is that if the mayor and mayor pro tem are both absent, we have a quick vote on who should cover. So I think there were a couple of meetings back before the runoff election where we all voted at the beginning for Councilmember Tobias to run the meeting before he was mayor pro tem.
Okay, so can we just have the
We can just put
language
that in, yeah.
updated? Yeah, so that way it just aligns with what we normally do.
There are a couple, now that I'm thinking about it, there are a couple procedural rules that I had marked too that were like, we don't really follow this, or is this how we want to do it? So I'll send
Will
those
you
out
just
as
add
well.
them?
Yeah, I'll send those out as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I don't
yeah.
necessarily know how we want to do it, but I know that we don't do it the way it's written in there, at least we haven't generally.
Yeah, like if we've been doing something a certain way and it works for everybody, I'd just rather update the rules of council to follow what we naturally do. Yeah. So I think the other part that I'm trying to figure out, and maybe this was already talked about and maybe solved for in what the mayor had brought up, but what I think I'm trying to figure out how to do is create something that redirects or somehow is able to redirect like personal attacks like at staff, for example. So like I'm thinking about like the incident of like a citizen grabbing Jesse's arm, like as we were walking back into executive. Like to me, I was like, oh, that don't touch anybody. And there was a couple of incidents where like they, instead of addressing council directly, like they were yelling like at Brian, like quite literally like turned towards him and faced him. So I don't know if there's a way that we can ensure that it's like at least like directed towards us.
I think that's allowed though.
The current rules of council provide that comments will be directed at the mayor and council, at the body. So if they're directing comments to somebody other than the body, technically that does violate the current rules.
But isn't by law, aren't they allowed to?
They are allowed to criticize mayor and council. We are allowed to provide reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on how they do it. The direction in which they speak is a manner. You speak to the body, not the individual. That is a manner. You can still say, I think John Smith is a horrible person, assuming John Smith
Okay.
is a council member.
But
or
that's
somebody
already in
who
here
approved you.
too, right?
Right, that's already in there.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we can enforce that.
So if I don't do it, you can call a point of order? And then then you just tell me what it was and I say yes or no. But
Okay,
You
and
know what
I
I'm
think
saying?
maybe another part of that is in section H7, and I'll give folks a minute to be able to flip to there. But I want to introduce an area for enforcement of mandatory presiding officer duties. The presiding officer shall enforce all rules of council applicable to public comment and meeting conduct, including without limitation the requirements of sections H5 and H6. These duties are mandatory and not discretionary. If the presiding officer fails or refuses to take enforcement action required under this section, any member of the city council may, without recognition by the presiding officer, move to require enforcement of the rules. The affirmative vote of a majority of the city council members present shall require the presiding officer to take the enforcement action specified in the motion. This motion shall be in order at any time. consequence of non-enforcement, failure by the presiding officer to enforce the mandatory duties of section H5, H6, and this section shall be noted in official minutes of the meeting. And then law enforcement authority, nothing in these rules shall be construed to limit the authority of any peace officer present at the meeting to take action independently to protect the safety of any person in the meeting room.
I assume you'll send those to me as well, Council?
Yeah, well, I'm not interested in putting those in there, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Including the law enforcement, or?
The law enforcement would be fine, but I don't think I'm a pretty reasonable mayor. I want to make that very clear. I'm willing to understand my place, and I know that's why I'm telling him I'm willing to have the same amount of everything as everybody else. But as a mayor, you are the presiding officer of the meeting. So.
Yes, and so it's your job to enforce the rules of council.
Right, it is. And I'm not going to argue about whether or not you feel like there was something that I needed to enforce, but I feel like I did my duties. And so I don't want to be felt like if I don't do X, Y, Z, then somebody else is going to take over. That's not appropriate.
I mean, that's not what I stated. It's not that they wouldn't take over. It's just that it would be brought up and then council would have to vote on.
Right, so as
it.
the presider of this meeting, I do not want someone to tell me that I'm doing something wrong when I feel like I'm doing something fine. Now, if you want to call a point of order and we want to take it up as a council, I'm okay with that. And that's already allowed.
It might be something we could make a little bit more clear in the point of order process, get to kind of a middle ground.
Well, and that's an excellent point, because we're talking about these rules like we're professionals. I remember when nobody even knew what a point of order was. So I think we are way more advanced than the councils prior to, and we're only going to get better.
So middle ground, I guess I'm unclear.
Well,
of
as opposed to a separate rule, maybe it's something we can handle in the point of order. What I would suggest, council member, is provide the language. I think what I'm going to do is put together basically everybody's comments that I've received as well as comments that I have and bring it back.
Okay.
I'm not quite getting a majority on some of these, and it's hard to, especially with Mayor Pro Tem Tobias not on the meeting, it's hard to tell what is and is not going to be voted to be added in.
Mm-hmm. Let me see, go over. I think it's under the censure process. I think I agree that we don't have one. Like, it's not outlined. And I think just having a process defined would be helpful. Because right now we just kind of say said member may be subject to censure or other such punishment as the council deems proper. But there's no actual procedure or mention of like who presides over such an item like that. There's different examples, like I'm not saying it has to be one specific way or another. Different examples are like Austin, formal censure process with 2/3 majority and defined behavioral triggers. San Antonio has censure codified with specific triggers, including unauthorized staff direction. And Round Rock has censure by majority vote, presiding officer disqualified when they are the subject. So like I said, I'm not married to a process, but I think it would be good for us to just define it.
I agree, we should bring some options.
Yeah, and I think San Antonio just went through that whole process. So that might be a good place to look.
The other part is section A2, and it's about special meetings. Special meetings are subject to call by the mayor or city manager. However, this doesn't give council members an independent path to call a special meeting if needed. So I think it would be good for us to maybe discuss some options on like whether there could be like a super majority of council members who agree to have a special meeting on something to be able to trigger that. So that way it's not necessarily discretionary, like up to the mayor or city manager.
Is that in the charter?
I don't think it is. There's some interesting ways to deal with a special called meeting. One issue is obviously if it's like a real urgent issue, you can't have a meeting to call the special meeting. So we would need to have some sort of process where less than a quorum could bring something forward.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could put it on.
Leander, Georgetown, and Pflugerville all have options for this. And like, once again, not married to a certain option, but I just think it would be helpful to be able to have that, a little bit more of a democratic process.
Yeah, I mean, we could put together a process maybe where you put an item on an agenda to call a special meeting, or maybe have a separate process if it's something that you want to discuss urgently. We can look at options.
Okay. I think right now that's all I got.
Go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
There are a couple of things I'd like to see addressed. One is citizens' comment period. We have not been taking comments generally at the 6 o'clock time, though I don't have a problem with that. But what I am concerned with is that people comment at 6 o'clock and they're giving the exact same testimony at 7 o'clock. You know, at 6 o'clock, if they're coming and there's something on the exec agenda that they want to comment on prior to that, I understand that. But if they're just using that as an excuse to say the same thing twice, I think that that is not appropriate.
I have a couple of suggestions on that. One of them is to stop having separate meetings, have a meeting that starts at 6 o'clock, have a designated public comment period for items not on the agenda, and then allow discussion of any items considered before that time period through separate public comment period. Another option might be to specifically for the 6 o'clock special meeting, limit public comment to items on that agenda, and then have the open dialogue at the 7 o'clock meeting. Both of those, I believe, would be legal under state law. It is a council decision.
I know there's a lot of people who would be kind of upset if we had our general comment only at 6 because of work times getting here from Austin. So I like the second option better if we were going to do that.
Just citizens' comments at 7?
My thought would be to have a single agenda that has a general public comment period at 7 p.m. and it's not announced at time certain, approximately 7 p.m. We'll have public comment. It'll be on the agenda that way. And then any items that are in the executive session that's intended to be at the 6 o'clock hour, we could have a separate period where people could comment on those items before we go into exec, but it would be limited just to those items.
That would be my suggestion.
That makes sense.
Well, what if somebody wants to come in at 6 because they can't be here at 7 and they want to talk about something else?
Maybe they ask for an exception?
I think that's always an option.
Yeah. My basic concern is people saying the same thing at 6 and at 7, and they're just using that time as a double time for them. So.
I'm never going to agree with that, but I just feel like if we have somebody that's here that's been here till midnight. Like, people aren't here for fun. So if they're here and they want to speak, I feel like let them speak, but.
Or the other option is some cities have rules that say you can speak on any item or topic only once. So maybe you could do that
Right.
too, even with the 2 public comment periods.
Yeah.
Just some thoughts.
I don't know. I feel like that's their 3 minutes. They get to use it however they see fit. I have a hard time restricting that.
Well, that's
I
3
agree.
minutes, but they're using it twice. 3 minutes at 6 o'clock and 3 minutes at 7 o'clock. And that
Yeah.
happened very recently, and it took up a tremendous amount of time, and people were saying exactly the same thing, exactly the same people.
Well, I agree with Councilmember McKinney. I just feel like, why? I mean, if they're going to be here, let them speak.
I mean, in the short time I've been on council, I think it's only happened once that they did that.
I agree.
Yeah.
People have been pretty respectful.
Well, and generally, they are, yes.
Yeah, so I guess it's like, do we need to make a rule for, unique circumstances? I trust that if it becomes a problem, an ongoing problem, I mean, if somebody wants to come up and talk about, for example, flock twice or 3 times, and we have these meetings, I'm okay with that. And maybe they say something the second time that they didn't say the first.
I'll just include options because again, I'm not sure where the majority is at this point. And another thought on combining it to a single meeting is that then we could do the roll call once. We could do some of the other procedural things once. But again, it's totally a council decision.
And what does combining it to a single meeting look like exactly, since there's exec and open?
Yes, we would have a 6 o'clock meeting that would post executive to occur at 6 o'clock, other items to occur approximately 7 o'clock with public comment period, right around that time. If council wants to have 2 public comment periods, that's up to council. But the thought process being then we have 1 set of minutes, we do the roll call once, we do the
We did that last
pledge
week,
once.
I think. We've just recently done it.
Yeah.
The way the special meeting.
Yeah, it's where it's like 6 o'clock and then,
So instead of.
but it is kind of
posted-
weird.
Got it, okay.
And it prohibits the, accidental situation where we have something posted on one and not the other or something
Yeah.
on it with executive. But it's totally your decision. Those are just thoughts.
All right.
There's one other thing I'd like to address. For behavior on the dais, I would like for us to not be texting the audience or other members of the public while we are on the dais. That should be taken care of before or after. I've watched people on the dais texting people in the audience, clearly that they're texting that person in the audience.
Is that illegal?
No, it's rules of council, we can say.
No, I'm just wondering, because it might be illegal. I just want to make sure we're not doing anything.
No, the city of
illegal.
Austin got in trouble because council members were texting each other. And
Right, that's
that is
different.
incredibly problematic. If you want to talk to each other during a meeting, speak.
Right.
But I don't believe that it violates the Open Meetings Act to text a person who is not a council member. I would say there could be a transparency issue. I mean, during the meeting, I don't want to pick on one of you, so I'm just going to say Councilmember A is texting this resident here. Now, this resident has more information, and why couldn't the council member have just said that for everybody to hear?
Oh, usually, so I get texts, and usually it's someone giving advice or sharing their opinion. And so I think
That's sent
other
to you as
times
opposed to
for
sent
that.
by you, right? So if you're
Right, right, like
somebody
it's sent
says,
yeah.
somebody says, this is my opinion, you say, I totally agree, that's a great opinion, but then you don't say it publicly, then you're sharing your opinion with somebody without sharing it with everybody else, and I think that's something that Councilmember Harris is concerned about.
I get that, but I get my texts so I can share them. So, and my emails as well. Can we do emails too, or is?
While you're on the dais, why
Yeah.
would you do that?
I have my emails set up just in case something happens. Like earlier, I mean, sometimes you text back and forth with staff or whatever. If a resident wants to write me in the middle of the meeting and be like, hey, what about this? Or did you think about that? And then I can ask the question. I mean, it's not, if it could be used maliciously, I understand that, but.
I think there's some rules we can put around it. I will say, as sitting in this position, I have texted or emailed the mayor to say, hey, you missed this vote, or hey, you missed this item, or do you want to do this time?
That's different. That is not what I'm talking
Right.
about.
So but there's a way to put limits on it so that communications that need to occur can still occur.
Yeah. Well, I'm not, go
I'll
ahead.
be honest, sometimes my kids are home by themselves, and so I'm talking to my kids while I'm sitting up here. So.
Well, I think Ms. Conley, she understood. She's watching the council, and she said you're not paying attention. I think it's obvious to.
Yeah, I mean, if you're constantly on your phone, if you've got kids at home, then, I'm not gonna ignore my children in case there was some sort of emergency or something going on, I'm gonna respond to my kids, and if I'm held in contempt, I'm held in contempt.
Well, and I just feel like I'm not on there as much as, it's hard to run a meeting and be on your phone, but I do understand that if other people are texting residents or getting feedback, I'm okay with that.
And I think, to be clear, Ms. Conley specified during public comment, but I think all of us during public comment pay attention, and those who are looking down are generally writing notes. And I think they've explained that too.
Yeah.
So, so I think that's how I understood her comment.
Yeah, she did mention that was more on previous council, because we did have scoffing faces, looking away, rolling eyes,
Okay.
One thing that I would just like to toss out there for consideration is, because we like to modernize our website and all that fun stuff, about creating an online submission form for public comment. It's always.
I've been warned about that. I've been warned by the county.
It's always been confusing to me that it's only paper, only in person, because it's if I have the ability to fill that out ahead of time and get that submitted, then I think it makes it easier, especially people who are rushing here, with traffic and all of that.
We had that process in my previous city. We would provide the the written public comment to city council either by email or we would put copies of it on their seat at the dais.
And then who reads it?
We did not read them out except in the event of a public hearing. So that's a council decision on how you want to do it. But that way you could make your comments on your public hearing without having to come in for the hearing. And then we get right into the record. But they would be, available in city records.
There were people that
So
asked
they would
to-
be included in the minutes, but
Not
not read
necessarily
aloud?
in the minutes, but they would be included in backup for items that were provided during the agenda for that retention period.
I think we should think about that, because I talked to San Marcos Mayor too, get some feedback, and I think what we're doing is good.
There are pros and cons on everything. But it is something I have experience with. We've done it. We started doing it during COVID and it continued there at least until I left.
Yeah.
Like I
had
said,
people-
just an idea.
I had people ask me about doing Zoom, like, so that they didn't, especially people who are elderly or
Yeah.
maybe have mobility issues. That was something that was asked, so I'm just gonna toss that out there.
That one is a Marco question. So I can't tell you whether or not we can do
Okay.
that.
I know San Marcos does it. Like, they're able to have a public comment via Zoom. Yeah.
We did that in Corpus as well.
Yeah, it
We did
allows
phone
for,
and Zoom.
yeah, it allows for individuals who aren't able to make it in person to still be able to participate.
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing to do. I am concerned that people who are elderly or have disabilities or for some other reason cannot make it in.
Yeah, or just have kids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
have kids that can't make it here should have an opportunity to speak.
Can we can we bring that back,
I
a
put it in
Zoom
my
option?
notes.
A Zoom, okay, Zoom would be fantastic to talk about. Right.
And then the only other thing I had was, and I think this is state law, but I think it might be worthwhile putting into our rules of council on timeframing to submit your recusal form and having that written into the minutes if that event happens.
Agreed. Okay, so we'll come back, we'll look at the red lines. Will you send us the red lines in advance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, now we're going back to agenda item 10. I know we thought we were done. McKinney, did you have anything else to add?
I had a couple, but I did not bring that binder with me on this trip, so if I have to wait till next year, I can wait till next year.
Oh, no, we're going to bring it back to red
Councilmember,
lines, so you're good.
If you want to email me,
All right.
I can go ahead and put them in, if you just email them to me.
Okay, I can get this to you.
All right, so, hold on. Speaking of emails. Because we're going to head back into executive, and so,
Utility billing ordinance. I'm not discussing that.
sorry, I apologize, I didn't have this up. All right, the city council will now go into executive session to discuss legal issues related to agenda item 10 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071.